Outside school our lives were of an inordinate and untoward luxury and peculiarity. The families close to us all had their own staff of drivers, gardeners, maids, washerwomen, and an ironing man, some of whom were familiar to all. Our Ahmed, the Derliks Hassan, the Fahams Mohammed, were almost talismanic in their presence. They turned up in our conversations as staples of our quotidian diet, like the garden or the house, and it felt as if they were our possessions, much like old family retainers in Tolstoy. We were brought up not to be too familiar with the servants, which meant not talking to and joking with them, but I found this was an irresistible rule to break. I remember wrestling with Ahmed, conversing about the deeper meaning of life and religion with Hassan, talking cars and drivers with Aziz, much to my parents' disapproval. I felt that I was like the servants in the controlled energy that had no license to appear during the many hours of service, but talking to them gave me a sense of freedom and release illusory. Of course that made me happy for the time spent in such encounters. Our families shopped for food at Groppi's, talking with the plainly Greek or Egyptian employees who staffed the elegant tea rooms delicatessen in jaw-shattering French, when it was perfectly clear that we all could have done better in Arabic. I was proud of my mother for conversing in Arabic, since she alone of the entire social group to which we belonged knew the language well, was literate in it, and seemed to feel no social disadvantage about using it, even though the prevailing atmosphere was such that using French gave one a higher, perhaps even the highest, status. I had picked up spoken French early from GPS and Victoria College, and of course the club, but never felt confident enough to use it as an everyday language, even though I understood it perfectly. So although English had become my main language, French classes at VC being scarcely more edifying than the Arabic ones, I found myself in the odd situation of not having any natural, or national, position from which to use it. The three languages became a pointedly sensitive issue for me at the age of about 14. Arabic was forbidden and wag, French was always theirs, not mine. English was authorized, but unacceptable as the language of the hated British. Ever since then I have been inordinately fascinated by the sheer mechanism of languages, as I automatically shift in my mind among three possibilities. While speaking English, I hear and often articulate the Arabic or French equivalent, and while speaking Arabic I reach out for French and English analogues, strapping them onto my words like luggage on an overhead rack, they're but somehow inert and encumbering. Only now that I'm over 60 can I feel more comfortable, not translating but speaking or writing directly in those languages, almost but never quite with the fluency of a native. Only now can I overcome my alienation from Arabic caused by education and exile and take pleasure in it. Both Victoria College and the Tawfiqiya Club, which my father joined late in 1949, expanded my opportunities to use French. Tawfiqiya's membership was extraordinarily varied, a bewildering Levantine mélange of Greek, French, Italian, Muslim, Armenian, Lebanese, Circassian, and Jewish members, in contrast to the Englishness of the Gezira Club, jammed together in a relatively small place in Mbaba, a working-class industrial zone of the city just east and across the river from Zamalek. No polo, no horse racing, football, cricket, bowling greens, or squash, as at Gezira, but about 20 tennis courts, a decent-sized swimming pool, and of course bridge. Several of my VC friends Claude and André Salama, the Setons, Mohamed Azab, Albert Coronel, Staffy Salem were members there, and since the only Arabic spoken was to the harassed and overworked servants, I recall an endless babble of expostulation and cliché in French that for years furnished me with a rudimentary arsenal of ready-made phrases for every occasion, salutary and obscene, sometimes mixed with scraps of Arabic and English. Figure toy. Firm tag Yule. Je renter anvil. Vate faire pendre. Cretin. Je suis esquint. Je creve. But I also had the feeling that beneath the surface of bonhomie and rowdy fun where men and women in short shorts and very abbreviated bathing suits mixed easily there was an undercurrent of foreign unrest at what Egypt was becoming a place no longer hospitable to foreigners, and particularly to privileged enclaves like Tawfiqiya, where an extroverted non-Arab, non-Muslim life that was not quite European, because tied to Oriental luxury, service, and sensuality, could take place with relative freedom from outside interference. The only Arabic I ever heard there was in the form of orders barked at Nubian suffragists, perspiring in their heavy white galabeas, bringing pitchers of shandy and orders of riz financier. I pleaded with my mother to let us have that at home, but she refused, to wonderfully tanned swimmers like Coco Hakim and his friends, who danced and played ping-pong near the crowded piscine, as even I began to call it. Unrest, temporary, short-lived, impermanent, and somehow hostile to Egypt, a place that had once been the welcoming, open, luxurious, and voluptuous paradise for foreigners who reveled in its weather, unparalleled creature comforts, and, most important, the subservience of its natives. During the middle 50s, while I was at Princeton, the Times reported on the Israeli plot to blow up Cairo cinemas and libraries that had American connections, like the Metro and the USIA Center, where our friend Leila Abu Fadil, daughter of Halim, my father's old tennis partner, worked, a plan designed to sour relations between Nasser's new government and the Americans. This was the Lavon affair, and it was carried out by members of the local Jewish community, some of whom I remembered from poolside at the Tawfiqiyya. Perhaps that has influenced my recollections of the time, but I am certain that the sense of foreboding I had then was real, that the beginning of the end for our community of Shawam, Jews, Armenians, and the others hung in the heavy but somehow pleasurable air of the Tawfiqiyya. Slowly, members of this community began to disappear, some to Israel, to Europe, and a tiny number to the United States. The lamentable unfolding, or rather dismembering, of Cairo's Levantine communities began as some left in anticipation of what was to come. Later, others were forced to leave penniless because of the Suez and 1967 wars. Victoria College and our circle of family friends were totally non-political. The vocabulary of Arab nationalism, Nasserism, and Marxism was to come 5 or 6 years later, while we still lived deep in the illusions of hedonism, British education, and luxurious culture. Cairo was never more cosmopolitan. In my parents' box at the Opera House we took in the Italian opera season, the Ballet des Champs-Élysées, the Comédie Française, Krauss and Furtwängler at the Rivoli, Kempf and Cortot at Ewart Hall. At school, we lived a parallel life to the unreal British syllabus through a regular exchange of Tarzan, Conan Doyle, and Dumas serials. At the same time that Gately was taking us solemnly through Micah Clarke, my friend Hamdallah and I were reveling in the home stories, taking turns at being Mycroft, Lestrade, Moriarty. Later we discovered Wodehouse and Jeeves, but it was the vocabulary of the Tarzan novels that opened up a rich universe for us. Your skin is as smooth as Hista the snake, one of us would say, to which the other would reply, better that than Tanterspolk. With Arthur Davidson I had many long and learned discussions about the world of Captain Marvel. Would Mary Marvel prove a sexy person to meet or not? No, he said definitively, her pussy would surely be made of iron. Kusaha Hadid, Wonder Woman would be much more enjoyable. We talked about the Marvels, their assorted progeny and kin far more than we ever even mentioned our own families, which I now assume we were all quite happy to escape, wishing they were more like the comic strip. British comics like Boy's Own, Billy Bunter, George Formby, and Sexton Blake gave us great pleasure. Between Bunter's chaotic and sadistic school and the upright and fearless Australian cobbers who dotted Boy's Own I imagined an idyllic realm far removed from Victoria College. Every so often I would come up against the school's entrenched authoritarianism in the form of the head boy, Shalhaub. When our class was dragooned into watching a school football game but allowed to wear our own clothes, our bedraggled and scruffy appearance brought forth the scorn of the nattily-attired upper six boys still in their official school finery. Shalhaub walked by just inside the lines, a sort of monarch inspecting a disappointingly ratty-looking honor guard, his face barely concealing the disgust and indifference that his swaggering gait radiated. With a huge white carnation in his buttonhole, smartly polished black shoes, and glisteningly striped tie, he was the very model of the supercilious head boy. Then Hamdallah crowed rather loudly, "My, what a handsome figure you cut, Captain Shalhoub," at which the outraged Shalhoub stopped and beckoned to Hamdallah and me to step out of the line and follow him. An act of lèse-majesté had been committed. He marched us to his study off the overheated indoor swimming pool, and after cuffing me twice began to twist poor Hamdallah's arm up behind him. As the pressure and pain increased, the much younger student groaned plaintively, his arm at breaking point. "Why are you doing this, Captain?" To which Shalhoub answered in his impeccably fluent English, "Because, frankly, I enjoy it." Hamdallah's arm didn't break, and Shalhoub got bored with this tiresome pastime. "Back to the football game," he commanded us, "and don't let me hear a word from you." I do not recall ever seeing him again except at a distance during the last day of school, when, with a small bevy of important British officials, including Roy Chapman Andrews, a noted Foreign Office type whose evidently high office, and the tremendous deference accorded him, I never fully appreciated, we celebrated the end of term. In such situations it was always supposed that the natives would directly realize that an immensely elevated personage was gracing them with his presence, even though his exact function wasn't given, or was supposed to be irrelevant to said natives. Shalhoub was on the platform to speak a few unctuous and, I thought, rather fawning words of approbation for our collective good fortune in having had such a wonderful English education, and for Chapman Andrews's presence. There was a round of hip hip hoorays, led by Shalhoub of course, with Bassano, his coeval, standing decorously by him on the platform, and then we all shuffled out. The next I knew about Shalhoub was a decade later when he became Omar Sharif, Faten Hamama's husband, and a movie star whose U.S. debut in 1962 was David Lean's Lawrence of Arabia. My parents seemed always to be agitated, not to say filled with foreboding, about my insouciance in school, my inability to do well for long, my carelessness and seat-of-the-pants attitude toward exams and promotions. It seemed funny, I once thought to myself as I played hooky from school in the early spring of 1950, that I had at one time been so anxious about my future that I lay awake unable to sleep. I began at that time to have a sense that my feelings toward families, my own and others, were not what they were supposed to be. Except for my general dependence on my parents, and my long, frustrated, even exacerbated love and solicitude for my mother, I caught myself by surprise, feeling little of the organic and sustained love and loyalty for my siblings and other members of the extended family venerated both by my father as one's family and also by my sisters, according to what they said that I saw in others. There was another instance of the detachment and choosiness that I found in myself, which I have never been able to change or humanize. Despite what they said and did to my father, I still liked my cousins because I liked them, not because they were in favor or, when they quarreled with him, out of favor or because family dictated some particular set of sentiments. The same was true of my attitude toward my Aunt Nabiha, who for a time angered my mother for her disloyalty to her brother Wadi. I seemed therefore to draw less and less sustenance from the family group. I presumed that I had had it before, but I had somehow lost it, and I never regained it, except in the tortured and yet nourishingly hypnotic dialectic I maintained with my mother and which both of us fed and left unresolved for the longest time. It was while I was at VC that I began to notice the almost absolute separation that existed between my surface life at school and the complicated but mostly inarticulate inner life I cherished and lived through, the emotions and sensations I derived from music, books, and memories intertwined with fantasies. It was as if the integration and liberty I needed between myselves would have to be endlessly postponed, although I subliminally retained the belief that one day they would somehow be integrated. With George, Mustafa, Samir, Andy, Billy, Arthur, and Claude I formed a sort of scruffy rat pack, tormenting masters and scorning the curriculum. We hung out together only in school as we lived long distances apart, though we occasionally met at the cinema or at the Tawfiqia Club. We were a generation too early for cafe life, and hashish was a very infrequent and difficult to obtain pleasure, so we settled for the crude humor of Tazhish, the mostly lewd one-liners supposedly traded by semi-comatose habitués of the weed, almost all of these reports expressing passive acceptance of one's impotence and general stupidity. So we hung out at school between classes, near the tuck shop, in the dining refectory, on the sidelines of some match or other. The school provided no moral or intellectual framework, or at least no perceptible one, for us to evaluate our development. I often felt that we had all been judged before we ever got to the place, judged as wanting, or in some fundamental way as debased human material, not English, not really gentlemen, not really teachable. For me this was strangely relaxing, since at last I could be as I was without trying hard to be better, or work harder. Effort was pointless. The result was a curiously weightless life, with no unconscious or moral principle lurking beneath the surface. During my years there I do not recall a single personal conversation with any teacher or older student. My personal life was annulled, except as a middle 5 boy, then as an upper 5-1. The rest was background. The derlicks were frequently at our house, and I saw no reason not to be as relaxed as they were about having dinner or tea out. The derlicks exuded fun and pleasure, rare in my family life, which remained dour and explicitly formal. André was already an adventurer, his legs scarred with wounds gotten in the Red Sea coral reefs. Loris was always well dressed and elegant. We all remarked how precisely, even surgically, he could strip a bony chicken of all its meat with fork and knife, and René was ever ready with a quip or a suggestion for a picnic or the open-air cinema. True, their exuberant lifestyle was compromised by rumors that the handsomely located family pharmacy on Kasr El Nil Street, left to Loris and his brother by their father, was losing money for lack of attention, but this never clouded our time together until the late 1950s, when Loris ended up working for the United Nations in the Congo, having lost the pharmacy to bankruptcy. He died there suddenly and alone in the summer of 1962, to everyone's great sorrow. In the late spring the long-awaited new school building was completed. Where the money came from I still do not know, but by the bedraggled, cramped, hand-me-down Shubber standards it turned out to be a lavish, superbly appointed new campus at the desert edge of Maadi, still an exclusive, mostly foreign and upper-class suburb, which I knew from both the club there and of course CSAC, nearer to Maadi's placid center and the railway station. All of a sudden I realized that we were at the end of a whole era, not that I knew what exactly that meant, when sudden, surprising events could and certainly did occur, and when new requirements were expected of us all. I don't recall thinking of myself very much in individual terms. It still impresses me that our bonds as a school class, middle 5-1, were based not at all on family or class, which I do recall as positively counting for nothing but on a collective, if narrowly defined, set of objects, phrases, words even, that circulated as if, for me, at least, in a comfortingly secure orbit. There was, to begin with, the dress code caps, ties, blazers, which was slowly phased out in Shubra. Then the de rigueur pink-covered assignment books, the leather or wooden pencil cases, the various types of fountain pens, no ballpoints then, including a cheap Parker look-alike much used and sold on the streets by noisy vendors. It had P. Archer engraved on the clip. Japanese products in those days were the ultimate in derided, risible brands, VC blue copy books. Then at least a dozen English textbooks in subjects like physics, history, and math, books that were as colorless and impersonal as their American equivalents at CSAC had been chatty and narrativized. Example: Morton gives Shelley $12.23 in change as his share for the class picnic of 18 students. What if he thought that there were 15 students, and that each should pay a share equivalent to, plus 2 or 3 literature books, a Shakespeare play set for that year, a 20th-century English novel like C.S. Forester's Subliterary The Commodore, plus a classic non-fiction prose text, Macaulay's Essays, and a selection of what seemed to be dreary academic poetry, poems by Gray and Cooper. Much, if not all, of this was packed in a standard brown leather satchel with 2 clasps, with the family name, no first names, carefully scratched in by hand in black or blue capitals on the inside main flap. More exciting were a whole range of swapping and play objects, marbles, including the much prized agates, penknives, prized but outlawed, ping-pong rackets, wristbands, dinky toys. I still own the red Humber sedan I won in some preposterously lucky bet over the meaning of Greenwich Mean Time, often heard on the BBC and little understood in those days. Pocket combs, little vials of locally produced Shabrocky cologne, rubber bands and keychains, new pencils with shiny caps and clips over their points, sharpeners and rubbers, the English word for American eraser, which my father indefatigably admonished me to use, slingshots, little round wire and paper-covered firework balls, also both prized and outlawed, various pornographic books, badly printed on the vilest, grimiest, most repellent-looking paper, written in a sub-English so graphic and vulgar as to actually dampen excitement, though we feigned it loudly and obscenely. And grainy fuzzy photographs of men and women copulating with embarrassed smirks on their faces. Did you get a couple of servants to do this for you, Davidson? I recall one of us saying to the enterprising boy who, it turned out later, had bought them from a parking garage attendant. Our collective intellectual world was not particularly competitive, despite the ceaseless official emphasis on grades and on passing and failing. My own performance was highly unmemorable, wayward, erratic, sometimes excellent, normally passable, and little more. Years later, when I had become known as a literary critic, one classmate told another, who relayed the comment to me, "Is that the same said? He was the way we all were, amazing that he turned out like that." I am still surprised that the actual mental, or intellectual, world we lived in had so little to do with the mind in any serious or academic sense. Like the objects we carried around and traded, our collective language and thought were dominated by a small handful of perceptibly banal systems deriving from comics, film, serial fiction, advertising, and popular lore that was essentially at a street level, by no means influenced by home, religion, or education. The last edifying trace of sensibility and relatively high culture in us came, I remember clearly, from two religious films about saintly French women, Bernadette of Lourdes and Joan of Arc, in other words, Jennifer Jones and a crew-cut Ingrid Bergman. I saw the Bernadette film for some reason during its second or third run at the Diana Cinema, which was owned at the time by a Greek family, the Races. Its location on the less fashionable end of Ahmad el-Din Street and its generally mediocre appointments made for nothing like the excitement of the Metro Cinema or the Rivoli Cinema, which alone in the Middle East sported the blazingly illuminated theater organ. The Diana's main distinction was that it was both a drab theater where Kulthum delivered her interminably long performances and a place where benefits for good causes could be held. My Aunt Nabiha, in her unending attempts to raise money for Palestinian refugees, once took it over for a charity screening of The Little Colonel, the first and only Shirley Temple film I ever saw and which I have always since detested for its smarmy good-natured faux naïve wholesomeness and racism, in addition to showing not quite glamorous Hollywood movies. Between them Joan and Bernadette à l'Américaine imbued me with considerable but very vague enthusiasm for something ungraspable and sent me eagerly to literary and historical sources, mostly to be found on my parents' ecumenical bookshelves. I read Franz Werfel's Song of Bernadette and also his 40 Days of Moussa Dak, followed by people like Chesterton, or was it Hilaire Belloc, and Harold Lamb on The Maid of Orleans. In the fall of 1950, the bus came to pick us up earlier than usual, for Maadi, which lay in the heart of Cairo, was twice as far away as Shubra. Our first distant sight of the new school, still in the process of construction, filled all of us with considerable hope. 3 large buildings were complete and ready for us that October. They were modernist rectangular structures, all of them on struts with, in the case of our class building, 2 long rows of windows, one above the other. Across the way was a dining hall and gymnasium, with a building for boarders, an infirmary and master's quarters at right angles to it. Attached to the class building was a square-shaped annex that housed the administration. The grounds were vast, with several playing and track fields, tennis courts, and, because the school abutted on the desert, a well-appointed stable with grooms and a riding ring. All in all it was by far the handsomest school I or it seemed anyone else had been in. We disembarked from the bus feeling that we were at a new beginning. It took us no more than 5 minutes to realize that the new school might not be an improvement after all. Beady-eyed, bow-tied, and bald Mr. Griffiths was now both our additional maths teacher in trigonometry, calculus, and solid geometry, as well as acting headmaster. He was to be my bête noire whose dogged condemnation stayed with me long after I left VC. The new place both was grandiose and seemed to be making a pompous, rather disdainful statement as a British institution, and this increased our sense of collective alienation and hostility. There were other changes. Without the catalyzing force of George Carduch, who had disappeared to the English school in Heliopolis, we tended to dissolve into divisive cliques. Our new form and English teacher, Mr. Lowe, was a blustering, weak, and incompetent teacher. The new classrooms had a little storeroom behind the blackboard, where he kept his chalk, exercise books, and other supplies. The door, to the blackboard's left, had a lock on it, and just underneath the blackboard a small sliding window gave onto the classroom. It was my idea to trap him inside, inscribe "Take a look, 5 piastres" on the blackboard above the window, and let the students stand by to watch our hapless Englishman in captivity, in his natural state, I put it as I barked the show. A prefect lured in by Lowe's bellowing and our raised voices quickly put an end to the escapade. I was duly reported to Griffiths, who glowered at me in math class with a distinctly unpleasant gleam in his eye. "A lot of disturbance here yesterday," he said, looking at me but addressing the class as a whole. Weeks later Griffiths was to tell my parents with some regret, not to say bitterness, that my intelligence always inhibited him from sacking me. Ironic that a teacher should feel that a bright student was an impediment to his authority. The compactness of the Shubra grounds, which kept us in touch with other classes, had been replaced with the vastness of our new grounds. Masters took to patrolling the corridors, something impossible to do in Shubra with its decentralized disorder, and it gradually came to appear to me that the new campus was designed more for controlled surveillance than for utility or education. It took only about a month at the new school for me to feel constantly uneasy. The older boys encroached on us in the corridor, attacking, insulting, pushing. One, an immense tub of flesh weighing at least 300 pounds, Billy Fawza, took a great irrational dislike to me, and I spent my time dodging him. But there was no avoiding him completely, as he could block an entire corridor with his great bulk. Once he took hold of my neck in one of his huge hands and said in Arabic, "I've been watching you. Be careful. Don't try to be clever with me." And in English, "Don't be cheeky," cleverness and cheekiness being among the most lethal sins with which not only masters but older, and bigger, boys charged us. Captain Billy was only the worst of the older boys who threatened and tormented me. Most of the others were not even names to me, but they were dreaded forces, blotchy-skinned, overweight, and entirely Arabic-speaking. For some reason I was singled out by this group, which had replaced the departed Shalhaub as the school's unofficial disciplinarians, with the master's obvious complaisance. I was known to be quick-witted, generally in trouble, and a decent student, so during school exams I routinely found myself surrounded by some of these Brobdingnagian creatures, who would then hand me their English papers to write for them while I was frantically trying to do my own. The carrot was said, "Be a decent fellow," the much more effective cudgel was, "Do it or I'll fuck your mother." So I always did their exams. Cowardice and compliance were a way of life in this case. At Christmas that year it was decided that my mother and I should take the train together to Upper Egypt for a few days sightseeing in the Valley of the Kings, Karnak, and other sites, whose silence and awful brooding emptiness put me off ancient Egypt forever. Our 4 or 5 days were idyllic, a sort of languid respite from the hurly-burly of school and the great city, and it would be the last time I had an extended period of time alone with my mother. We read to each other, suspended without tension or argument in the long winter afternoons and evenings in the salons of the Cataract Hotel without schedules or deadlines or duties to fulfill. She was now beginning to be more aware of her social gifts, and the restful, nourishing, Uncomplicated times I enjoyed with her were rather too often vitiated by her impulse to be gregarious, or at least to spend time with American acquaintances staying at the same hotel. I remember my irritation and jealousy, but I also cherish the abstraction of those days as furnishing me with a lifetime memory never equaled nor superseded of sublime disengagement from the exertions of daily life at VC, which were soon to do me in and drive me away from home literally forever. Luxor and Aswan, the brief respite before an awful tempest. On a Thursday afternoon early in February, Mr. Lowe petitioned us to take out our Shakespeares. We set up a chorus of Scott instead. He decided to take a stand on Shakespeare, and in unwanted aggressive pursuit of his aim he waded into the front row of desks, flailing at his resistant charges, petulantly asserting a will entirely disconnected from his supposed object, which was to get us to read Shakespeare sonnets. Surrounded on all sides by an aroused, insurrectionary class, Lowe was like Samson in the Philistine temple, beset by blows, unable to see whom he was hitting, how, if at all, he was progressing. Suddenly, he lurched forward, encircling the boy nearest him with his oversized arms. Suddenly I found myself trapped in his sweaty embrace, with rivulets of perspiration pouring down his reddened face, and his great obese body pulling me down so that he lay on top of me. "I have you now," said, he sputtered, "and I'm going to teach you a lesson." He tried to straighten his arms to beat me, but he was quickly set upon by 3 or 4 students who held onto him shouting frenzied Arab curses. "Stop it," he yelled, "stop it and let go of me this instant." My rescuers drew back, stunned by this astonishing assertion of his flawed authority. As I scrambled free he grabbed me again, marched me firmly to the door, and ejected me from the class, slamming the door shut. I caught a glimpse of Griffith staring at me from his office door 30 meters away, but he said and did nothing but look at me expressionlessly. At the start of the break during our math class the next morning, Griffiths told us to remain seated. "Now," he said casually to me in the second row, "I hear that you were misbehaving yesterday afternoon. That's true, isn't it?" Having seen me posted outside the class, he knew it was true. I said nothing. "Why don't you answer, boy?" he suddenly screamed at me, losing control of himself for the first time in our presence. "Yes, sir," I responded noncommittally. "Well, we can't have any of that here." "Can't have it?" Again noncommittally, "No, sir." To which, very matter-of-factly he said, "You'd better leave then." Not knowing quite what he had in mind, I said, "Leave, sir." "Now, sir." "Just leave," said. "I don't care where you go. Just leave. Now." I proceeded deliberately, with the precision of shocked surprise and shivering uncertainty, to pack my tattered satchel, while everyone sat in a frigid, immobilized silence. I looked sideways at my friend Hamdallah, who lowered his eyes in embarrassment. Isolated, pinpointed, transfixed, I had suddenly stepped outside every circle I had once inhabited. No longer welcome at school, frightened to go home, with no money in my pockets, no prospects for the immediate future except a rail ticket, I somehow managed to walk out of the class feeling strangely invisible, while Griffith sat impassively at his desk waiting for me to be gone. I do not recollect much of my 3-kilometer walk to the railway station, except for crossing the canals with extreme deliberation, idly tossing a pebble or two at their dark algae-colored surface, then moving on to the next canal to do much the same thing all over again. It took me till about 1:30 p.m. to get home, dawdling through Bab el Luk, around Midden Ismailia, across the Kasr el Nil Bridge, down past the Moorish Gardens and the Gezira Club's racecourse, past the Little Fish Garden, a 5-kilometer trudge from the train station during which I found myself deliberately not thinking of what was about to happen. I experienced a floating, literally utopian sensation of not being there, of being disembodied, relieved of all my customary encumbrances, obligations, restraints. I had never felt quite so dangerously free and indirect as I did then, after years of timetables, chores, errands, assignments, I was simply walking in the direction of home, with no purpose except that at some point I knew I would have to end up there. Not having been entrusted with my own set of keys, I had to ring our doorbell. Uncharacteristically, since the task was reserved for servants, my mother opened the door. "Edward," she said in a tone of surprise that quickly gave way to alarm. "What are you doing here? Is something wrong? Are you ill?" Speechless and disoriented, I was ushered in by her to be met by my father, his face glowering with concern and anger. Without my saying a word, he took me into their room for a preliminary whipping with his riding crop. Not a word passed between us. I went to my room and exploded in tears, my physical pain compounded by a sense of fundamental desolation and abandonment. For 2 weeks I remained at home like a forlorn shadow, denied books, music, friends, and any kind of pleasure by 2 mystified and outraged parents who were content to await Griffiths's pleasure before he would consent to see them. When they returned from their appointment, it was my mother who did all the talking, most of it essentially endorsing Griffiths's poor opinion of me as a good-for-nothing, although he seems to have regretfully added the novel complaint that I was too clever to be sacked definitively, much as he would have liked to have done so. My mother seems, like Griffiths, to have regarded my intelligence, which was soon becoming my only certainty about myself, resentfully, as a sign of my incorrigibility and inveterately malign or at least unteachable nature. In her eyes, my intelligence got in the way of my being a good student, but it was enough this time to earn me an unenthusiastic reprieve from expulsion. I could return, Griffiths said, but no further misbehavior would be tolerated. Griffiths had also clearly implied that my future as a student scholar within the English system was uncertain. He would have to give me an equivocal recommendation should I stay on and get my GCE, the high school diploma awarded to all graduates of British-run schools, and then apply to Oxford or Cambridge, his university. My father was undoubtedly planning my departure for the United States even as I returned to VC in ignorance of this fact. What I was told as the official story was that I would have to leave Egypt because an obscure U.S. immigration law decreed that although I had inherited citizenship from my father, in order to become a citizen I would be required to spend at least 5 years in the United States before I was 21, as I had not been born there. Since in November 1951 I'd be turning 16, the move was imperative. I suppose he thought that by sending me away to such demanding and all-male institutions as Mount Hermon and later Princeton, he was protecting me not only from self-abuse, but also from the heaving, overabundant emotional luxury represented by my mother with its paralyzing uncertainties and comforts. Just as I was being shaped by my father's plan for me to go to the United States in the spring of 1951, we suddenly received a postcard from his long-lost younger brother, David, who had been shipped out of Egypt by my father for unregenerate philandering in 1929, exiled to Brazil, and had then vanished. Written in a gigantic, childish scrawl, David's card came from Lord's and announced, "I am cured. I am coming to see you," followed a week later by a telegram giving his flight number and date of arrival in Cairo. He was a darker, more animated, and more compact Latin mustachioed version of my father, a sort of cross between Waddy's alter ego and his parody. David's amorous powers were supposed to be irresistible, especially to married women, who were the immediate cause of his original banishment. He spoke a bizarre combination of windswept and tattered Old Arabic, with a few dozen American phrases, "Gee Bill, you should see how much money I made one evening in Bahia," and some incomprehensible Portuguese. We were all drawn to his uncomplicated, effusive presence, his brother Waddy and sister Nabiha, their various children, and my mother, at whom he charmingly made a few awkward but gallant passes. Staying at our house, he spent a month in Cairo doing very little except successfully persuading my father to take time off from work so that the 3 siblings could sit around together and chatter about the old Jerusalem childhood that they had once long ago shared. The Dostoevskian depths that I intimated in my father, but never saw, were fully in evidence in David: melancholy, volubility, extremes of mood from elation to the darkest depression, and were framed by but never really contained in his relationships with his sober brother and sister. I never found out what he did exactly. Diamond mines were spoken of, but so too was his skill at being a tour guide, like his father. He gambled and drank, womanized, and dashed around the Brazilian countryside. He gave us a leather pouch full of semi-precious stones of small value, but in their gleaming cascading profusion and variety they contained the romance of an entire continent. He and I became great pals. Yadini, my religion, he used to call me, unidiomatically. Years later I realized that in his exotic, unbridled, and mysterious personality he was an avatar of Conrad for me, a Kurtz figure, a secret sharer, a Cunningham Graham to my father's British squire. He disappeared again back to Brazil. In September 1967 I saw him for an hour in New York. He was on tour with the Brazilian national soccer team in some mysterious capacity. Just before her death in the spring of 1973, Aunt Nabiha, ravaged by cancer, went to see him, and discovered a kind of wife, Adela, and a handicapped teenage child, who may have been adopted. A Virgilian sadness pervaded Nabiha's last days as she negotiated the ruins of her scattered family, her heroic past of no help to her in her disorganized, crumbling life in Amman, where she died in early April on the same day that Kamal Nasir was assassinated by the Israelis in Beirut. In David, Nabiha, and my father I saw a tangle of departures, exiles, and brief returns, and I understood my father's attempt to combine an unpromising mix of hidden, unruly instinct and conscious Victorian determination in his efforts to make a good life for his family. What sustained my father's faith was a simple pedagogical imperative he kept reverting to. If it's educational, he used to tell me, then do it. I have been trying to grasp what it was ever since, and this book is my record of having tried. Only decades after his death can I see the two sides of his legacy to me bound together irrevocably in an absolute, unarguable paradox, repression and liberation opening onto each other in what is to me still a mystery that I am just beginning now to accept, if not fully to understand. After the Suez War in 1956, Victoria College was nationalized and was renamed Victory College. I had no further connection with it until 1989, when on a lecturing visit to Egypt with my family I thought it might be fun to show them the school that had once expelled me. We went up to Maadi on a Friday morning in mid-March and drove to the school following the old bus route. I was discontented to discover that what had been a sort of boundary between the school and the desert, beyond which the empty sand stretched for miles, had become a vast expanse of tenements, crowded with people, hanging laundry, cars, buses, and animals. The school itself was closed for the Friday holiday, but I persuaded the gatekeeper to let us in anyway. As we stood in my old classroom, which seemed a good deal smaller than I remembered, I pointed out my desk, the teacher's platform from which Griffiths had expelled me, and the little room where we had imprisoned poor old Mr. Lowe. At that moment a very angry-looking woman wearing a head covering and Islamic-style dress swept into the room demanding to know what we were doing. I tried to explain the circumstances. "Use your charm," said my daughter, Najla, but to no avail. We were trespassers, and as school director she was demanding that we leave immediately. She refused my extended hand, staring at us with a surfeit of nationalist hostility and unbending zeal as we shuffled out, rather cowed by her evident outrage. The British Eton in Egypt had now become a new kind of privileged Islamic sanctuary from which 38 years later I was once again being expelled. 9. In early September 1991, exactly 40 years after I left the Middle East for the United States, I was in London for a seminar I had convened of Palestinian intellectuals and activists on the eve of the Madrid Peace Conference. After the Gulf War and the Palestinian leadership's fatal stand alongside Saddam Hussein, we were in a very weak negotiating position. The idea of the conference was to try to articulate a common set of themes that would enhance the course of our progress toward self-determination as a people. We came from all over the dispersed Palestinian world, the West Bank and Gaza, the Palestinian diaspora in various Arab countries, Europe, and North America. What transpired during the seminar was a terrible disappointment, the endless repetition of well-known arguments, our inability to fix on a collective goal, the apparent desire to listen only to ourselves. In short, nothing came of it except an eerie premonition of the Palestinian failure at Oslo. Midway through the debate, during one of the scheduled breaks, I phoned Miriam, my wife, in New York to ask her if the results of the blood test I had taken for my annual physical had been satisfactory. Cholesterol was what had concerned me, and no, she said, everything was fine on that front, but she added with some hesitation, Charles Hazai, our family doctor and friend, would like to speak to you when you get back. Something in her voice suggested to me that all was not well, so I immediately rang Charles at his office. Nothing to get excited about, he said, we'll talk in New York. His repeated refusals to tell me what was wrong finally provoked me to impatience. You must tell me, Charles. I'm not a child, and I have a right to know. With a whole set of demorals, it's not serious, a hematologist can very easily take care of you, it's chronic after all. He told me that I had chronic lymphocytic leukemia, CLL, although it took me a week to fully absorb the initial impact of the diagnosis. I was asymptomatic but needed the sophisticated diagnostic techniques available at a big New York cancer center to confirm the original finding. It took me another month to understand how thoroughly I was shaken by this sword of Damocles, as one volubly callous doctor called it, hanging over me, and a further 6 months to find the extraordinary Dr. Kanthi Rai, under whose care I have been since June 1992. A month after I was diagnosed, I discovered myself in the middle of a letter I was writing my mother, who had been dead for a year and a half. Ever since I left Cairo in 1951, it was a habit we had kept up. Somehow the urge to communicate with her overcame the factual reality of her death, which in mid-sentence stopped my fanciful urge, leaving me slightly disoriented, even embarrassed. A vague narrative impulse seemed to be stirring inside me, but I was too caught up in the anxieties and nervousness of my life with CLL to pay it much notice. During that period in 1993, I contemplated several changes in my life, which I realized without any perceptible fear would be shorter and more difficult now. I thought about moving to Boston to return to a place I had lived in and enjoyed when I was a student, but I soon admitted to myself that because it was a quiet town, compared to New York, I had been thinking regressively about finding a place to die in. I gave up the idea. So many returns, attempts to go back to bits of life, or people who were no longer there, these constituted a steady response to the increasing rigors of my illness. In 1992 I went with my wife and children to Palestine, for my first visit in 45 years, it was their first visit ever. In July 1993 I went on my own to Cairo, making it a point in the middle of a journalistic mission to visit old haunts. All this time I was being monitored, without treatment, by Dr. Rai, who occasionally reminded me that I would at some point require chemotherapy. By the time I began treatment in March 1994, I realized that I had at least entered, if not the final phase of my life, then the period like Adam and Eve leaving the garden from which there would be no return to my old life. In May 1994 I began work on this book. These details are important as a way of explaining to myself and to my reader how the time of this book is intimately tied to the time, phases, ups and downs, variations in my illness. As I grew weaker, the number of infections and bouts of side effects increased, the more this book was my way of constructing something in prose, while in my physical and emotional life I grappled with anxieties and pains of degeneration. Both tasks resolved themselves into details. To write is to get from word to word, to suffer illness is to go through the infinitesimal steps that take you through from one state to another. And whereas with other sorts of work that I did, essays, lectures, teaching, journalism, I was going across the illness, punctuating it almost forcibly with deadlines and cycles of beginning, middle and end. With this memoir I was borne along by the episodes of treatment, hospital stays, physical pain and mental anguish, letting those dictate how and when I could write, for how long and where. Periods of travel were often productive, since I carried my handwritten manuscript with me wherever I went and took advantage of every hotel room or friend's house I stayed in. I was therefore rarely in a hurry to get a section done, though I had a precise idea of what I planned to put in it. Curiously, the writing of this memoir and the phases of my illness share exactly the same time, although most traces of the latter have been effaced in this story of my early life. This record of a life and ongoing course of a disease, for which I have known from the beginning no cure exists, are one and the same, it could be said, the same but deliberately different. And the more this relationship developed, the more important it became to me, the more also my memory, unaided by anything except concentrated reflection on an archaeological prying into a very distant and essentially irrecoverable past, seemed hospitable and generous to my often importunate forays. Despite the travail of disease and the restrictions imposed on me by my having left the places of my youth, I can say with the poet, "Nor in this bower, / this little lime tree bower, have I not marked / much that has soothed me." There had been a time until the early 60s when I simply could not bear to think about my past, especially Cairo and Jerusalem, which for two sets of different reasons were no longer accessible. The latter had been replaced by Israel, the former, by one of those cruel coincidences, was closed to me for legal reasons. Unable to visit Egypt for the 15 years between 1960 and 1975, I rationed early memories of my life there, considerably chopped up, full of atmospherics that conveyed a sense of warmth and comfort by contrast with the harsh alienation I felt in my New York life, as a way of falling asleep, an activity that has grown more difficult with time that has also dissolved the aura of happiness around my early life and let it emerge as a more complicated and difficult period. To grasp it, I realized I would have to be sharply alert, awake, avoiding dreamy somnolence. I've thought in fact that this book in some fundamental way is all about sleeplessness, all about the silence of wakefulness and, in my case, the need for conscious recollection and articulation that have been a substitute for sleep. Not just for sleep but for holidays and relaxation, all that passes for middle and upper class leisure, on which, about 10 years ago, I unconsciously turned my back. As one of the main responses to my illness, I found in this book a new kind of challenge, not just a new kind of wakefulness but a project about as far from my professional and political life as it was possible for me to go. The underlying motifs for me have been the emergence of a second self buried for a very long time beneath a surface of often expertly acquired and wielded social characteristics belonging to the self my parents tried to construct, the Edward I speak of intermittently, and how an extraordinarily increasing number of departures have unsettled my life from its earliest beginnings. To me, nothing more painful and paradoxically sought after characterizes my life than the many displacements from countries, cities, abodes, languages, environments that have kept me in motion all these years. 13 years ago I wrote in After the Last Sky that when I travel I always take too much with me, and that even a trip downtown requires the packing of a briefcase stocked with items disproportionately larger in size and number than the actual period of the trip. Analyzing this, I concluded that I had a secret but ineradicable fear of not returning. What I've since discovered is that despite this fear I fabricate occasions for departure, thus giving rise to the fear voluntarily. The two seem absolutely necessary to my rhythm of life and have intensified dramatically during the period I've been ill. I say to myself, if you don't take this trip, don't prove your mobility and indulge your fear of being lost, don't override the normal rhythms of domestic life now, you certainly will not be able to do it in the near future. I also experience the anxious moodiness of travel, la Melancholie de Paquebots, as Flaubert calls it, Bonhoffstimmung in German, along with envy for those who stay behind, whom I see on my return, their faces unshadowed by dislocation or what seems to be enforced mobility, happy with their families, draped in a comfortable suit and raincoat, there for all to see. Something about the invisibility of the departed, his being missing and perhaps missed, in addition to the intense, repetitious, and predictable sense of banishment that takes you away from all that you know and can take comfort in, makes you feel the need to leave because of some prior but self-created logic, and a sense of rapture. In all cases, though, the great fear is that departure is the state of being abandoned, even though it is you who leave. In the summer of 1951 I left Egypt and spent 2 weeks in Lebanon, 3 weeks in Paris and London, and 1 week on the New Amsterdam from Southampton to New York, for the rest of my schooling in the United States. This included high school then undergraduate and graduate degrees, a total of 11 years, after which I remained until the present. There is no doubt that what made this whole protracted experience of separation and the return during the summers agonizing was my complicated relationship to my mother, who never ceased to remind me that my leaving her was the most unnatural, everyone else has their children next to them, and yet tragically necessary of fates. Each year the late summer return to the United States opened old wounds afresh and made me re-experience my separation from her as if for the first time incurably sad, desperately backward-looking, disappointed and unhappy in the present. The only relief was our anguished yet chatty letters. I still find myself reliving aspects of the experience today, the sense that I'd rather be somewhere else defined as closer to her, authorized by her, enveloped in her special maternal love, infinitely forgiving, sacrificing, giving because being here was not being where we had wanted to be, here being defined as a place of exile, removal, unwilling dislocation. Yet as always there was something conditional about her wanting me with her, for not only was I to conform to her ideas about me, but I was to be for her while she might or might not, depending on her mood, be for me. After I returned, anticlimactically, to Victoria College for the balance of the 1950-51 school year, I was, as Griffiths was immediately at pains to point out, to be on probation. In effect this seemed to mean that every master was alerted to my threatened status and regularly reminded me just as I was becoming restive that I had better remember and behave. In this uncomfortable situation I was constantly on tenterhooks, bullied, mocked, or shunned by some of my classmates. Only Mustafa Hamdallah, Billy Abdel Malik, and Andy Sharon seemed to behave as before, which limited me to a tight orbit of familiars, isolated and ill at ease. During this period I found myself seeking out my mother even more than before, and she, with that preternatural way she had of sensing and indeed reading my mood, would show me the kind of tenderness and intimacy I desperately needed. One culminating event at VC that spring brought us closer together. First there were the Furtwängler concerts, which my father, who averred that he only liked concertos, not offered by the Berlin Philharmonic, joined us for with restrained enthusiasm. I remember turning to or nudging my mother during a favorite passage in the slow movement of the Beethoven Fifth and later in the bridge to the last movement, feeling again that special blend of intimacy and comprehension that only she could give me, especially while I was in a threatening limbo at school as a semi-outcast. The day after the Sunday concert, during lunch break at school, a few of us gathered on the fringes of the main playing field area to take turns heaving a shot put, marking off each try, soberly trying to arrive at a ranking of the 6 classmates taking part. As I reached down to take my turn, 3 of the senior lower 6 boys led by Gilbert Davidson, as noisy and bullyish as his younger brother Arthur was quiet and understated, demanded that he be allowed to throw the shot. "No," I said firmly, "it's my turn now. Wait till I've thrown it." "You silly fucker, give it to me right away," he replied, his ruddy face quite apoplectic with rage as he lurched at me trying to grab the heavy object in my left hand. Missing it entirely, Davidson's hand locked into the front of my shirt, which in his violent sweeping gesture he ripped open, popping buttons, tearing fabric, and unbalancing me with the sudden angry violence of his intervention. Teetering, I dropped the shot, turning toward him at the moment he took a huge swing at my head and missed me entirely in his by now uncontrollable rage. With what I remember as the coolest deliberation, I put all my strength behind a fist that landed on his nose, producing an alarmingly red stream of blood. Falling on his back, immediately surrounded and propped up by his mates, he threatened to kill me and my mother the moment he could get up. I was hurried away by my classmates, and was saved by the class bell. Later that afternoon I was required to pay a visit to the infirmary for the purpose of a medical report on the incident written by the elderly Scottish nurse, whose sole comment to me after looking at my hand was, "You have a fist like a lump of iron." Davidson in the meantime was taken home, reappearing a week later with all sorts of ugly threats, which in my immense unease I took quite seriously. Griffith said something disparaging and dismissive to me about being quite hopeless. "There's always trouble where you are," said, "isn't there?" No disciplinary action was taken. But for a month after the incident I confined myself to home and mother, so convinced was I that Davidson would either kill me himself or get some toughs to do it for him. The memory of my mother's tenderness during those last weeks in Cairo remains exceptionally strong, and was a source of solace during my first years in the United States. Through her I felt encouraged in what our Cairo environment had no conception of, namely books and music that took me way beyond both the inane prescriptions of school and the fluttery triviality of our social life. She had given me a few Russian novels to read, and in them during my weeks of seclusion I discovered a turbulent but ultimately self-sufficient world, a bulwark against the anxieties of daily reality. As I read the Brothers Karamazov I felt I had found an elaboration of the family dispute between my father, his nephew, and my aunt, now entering its terminal phase of almost daily incidents, recriminations, shouting scenes, and disputes both with and about employees. I also became aware of how, despite the cordiality of our friendships with the shamey circle into which we had grown, a gentle but noticeable mockery of my father crept into many of the comments made by them to and about him. His unrelenting use of English, my mother had become fluent in French and chatted up Emma Faham and Rain Diab famously in such phrases as ma chère, j'étais étonné, and so forth. His unbending concentration on his business, his penchant for American foods like apple pie and pancakes, which they found too gross for words, his rather sporty dress, including on holidays old shirts and frayed trouser cuffs. Thinking back to that last period in Cairo, I recall only the sense of comfort and pleasure I derived from my mother's ministrations. She was obviously thinking of my impending departure, trying to make of those last days something very special for both of us, while I, not really imagining the terrible rupture that was to come, enjoyed the time as a liberation from the hectic schedule I had once followed. No more Tufik Effendi, no more Fuad Ataim, riding was dropped, piano lessons given up, exercises at Murad's gymnasium terminated. Coming back from school in the late afternoon I'd often find her sitting on the terrace overlooking the fish garden, and, inviting me to sit beside her with a glass of rosewater, flavored lemonade, she would encircle me with her arm and reminisce about the old days, how Eduardo Bianco had been such a remarkably precocious boy, and how I was what she lived for. We listened to the Beethoven symphonies, particularly the ninth, which became the piece that meant the most to us. I remember being confused about the nature of her relationship to my father, but also being pacified that she always referred to him as Daddy, the two of us using the same name for husband and father. All this may have been her way of trying to win me back from America before I went, her way of reclaiming me from my father's plans, which when he sent me to the United States she always disagreed with and rued. But these afternoons had the effect of creating an image of an inviolate union between us, which would have, on the whole, shattering results for my later life as a man trying to establish a relationship of developing, growing, maturing love with other women. It was not so much that my mother had usurped a place in my life to which she was not entitled, but that she managed to have access to it for the rest of her life, and, I often feel, after it. I am only now aware that those talks before we were to leave for the United States constituted a sort of leave-taking ceremony. "Let's go to Groppi's for tea for the last time, or wouldn't you like us to go to the Kursaal for dinner once more before you go?" she would ask. But much of it took place in some complicated labyrinth of her own making, which also involved the arrangements she was making for herself and my 4 sisters, whom she would be alone with after I left. There was something so terribly giving about her attitude in the last week before we packed the house for the first stage of our trip via Lebanon. As I later realized, she thought of that giving as motivated entirely by unselfish love, whereas of course her sovereign ego played a major part in what she was up to, namely, struggling in a limiting domestic household to find a means of self-expression, self-articulation, self-elaboration. These I think were my mother's deepest needs, though she never managed to say it explicitly. I was her only son, and shared her facility of communication, her passion for music and words, so I became her instrument for self-expression and self-elaboration as she struggled against my father's unbending, mostly silent iron will. Her sudden withdrawal of affection, which I dreaded, were her way of responding to my absences. From 1951 until her death in 1990 my mother and I lived on different continents, yet she never stopped lamenting the fact that, alone of all her friends, she suffered the pangs of separation from her children, most particularly me. I felt guilt at having abandoned her, even though she had finally acquiesced in the first and most decisive of my many departures. The sheer gravity of my coming to the United States in 1951 amazes me even today. I have only the most shadowy notion of what my life might have been had I not come to America. I do know that I was beginning again in the United States, unlearning to some extent what I had learned before, relearning things from scratch, improvising, self-inventing, trying and failing, experimenting, canceling, and restarting in surprising and frequently painful ways. To this day I still feel that I am away from home, ludicrous as that may sound, and though I believe I have no illusions about the better life I might have had I remained in the Arab world, or lived and studied in Europe, there is still some measure of regret. This memoir is on some level a reenactment of the experience of departure and separation as I feel the pressure of time hastening and running out. The fact that I live in New York with a sense of provisionality despite 37 years of residence here accentuates the disorientation that has accrued to me, rather than the advantages. We made our annual removal to Lebanon in late June 1951 and spent 2 weeks in Dour. Then, on the 15th of July, my parents and I departed from Beirut Airport, Calda, as it was called then, by Pan American Strato Cruiser for Paris. From almost the moment we stepped off the plane in Paris until we left for London by night sleeper I was afflicted with a plague of styes in both my eyes, which, apart from 2 small apertures, effectively closed them. This aggravated the sense of drifting and indeterminacy that followed my withdrawal from all aspects of my familiar world, the sense of not really knowing what I was doing or where I was going. Within hours of arriving in London, where we stayed grandly in an imposingly grandiose suite at the Savoy, my cousin Albert was summoned from Birmingham, where he was doing a degree in chemical engineering, and was installed luxuriously with us at the hotel. He appeared to be unaware of the tensions between my father and his brothers, so jolly and admirably rakish did he seem while with us. I spent many hours eating my first fish and chips with Albert, visiting the new Battersea Fun Fair, and going to an unending number of pubs in search of girls and excitement, all the while trying to learn from him the arts of enjoying oneself without feeling either guilty or lonely. He was the one close relative whom for the first 20 years of my life I found myself hoping to emulate because he was everything I was not. He had an erect posture, was an excellent footballer and runner, seemed to be a successful ladies' man, and was a natural leader as well as a brilliant student. London was certainly the most pleasurable interlude of our trip. The moment he left, his tonic effect dissipated, and I settled back into the anxious gloom of the trip. From Southampton we boarded the New Amsterdam, a larger, more luxurious version of the Satania. The 6-day crossing to New York was uneventfully crammed with sumptuous dinners and lunches, nightly movies, and my parents' ubiquitous presence. "I hate America and Americans," my mother would say. "What are we doing here, Waddy? Please explain this whole crazy business to me. Must we take the boy there? You know he'll never come back. We're robbing ourselves." My mother was querulous and sad, while my father reveled in his pancakes and coffee, apple pie a la mode, excited about America and his determination, now that I was going to be there, to buy a house. I found myself avoiding, except at dinner, the conflicting moods of my parents with no stable idea of where I was going or for how long. No sooner did we arrive in a steamy, unpleasantly overcast and dark New York than my mother persuaded my father to let us visit her cousin Eva Malik in Washington. We checked into the Mayflower for only about an hour. Eva came by in her husband's black ambassadorial limousine almost immediately and, brooking no dissent, pried us and our lordly array of luggage out of the hotel and into the nicely comfortable chancellery. In his capacity as Lebanese minister plenipotentiary in the United States, Charles Malik was away at a UN meeting in San Francisco, so we had Aunt Eva to ourselves for a few days of tourism and general relaxation. It was she who also insisted that they would be my guardians while I was at boarding school, an arrangement my mother welcomed, as did I, since I might spend my vacations in the splendors of the Lebanese ambassador's residence, in a style that resembled what I thought I had left behind in Cairo. My father was non-committal, for reasons that I would only later discover. I could sense, however, that both my parents were soon chafing at our stay, which, they kept reminding Eva who, being alone and otherwise not engaged or obligated by domestic duties, was obviously enjoying our presence, was already too protracted. They both had this notion that one shouldn't in the Arab sense be heavy in effect, not stay anywhere more than 3, at most 4, days, all the while taking out our hosts for dinner every night, buying lots of flowers and chocolates, making themselves lighter by so doing. Suddenly we embarked for Madison, Wisconsin, which in a recent National Geographic had been described to my father's satisfaction as the nicest town in the United States. We spent 2 days in the pretty town, going around with real estate agents who showed us one imposing house after another, each of which the 3 of us collectively imagined ourselves living in. "That's your mother's desk," said my father, pointing to an unprepossessing corner filled carelessly with a decrepit bridge table. "Here's where we can put the piano," said my mother with noticeably less enthusiasm as the hours wore on. We gathered great quantities of pamphlets and business cards, all of which my father cavalierly tossed into the hotel wastebasket that evening. There was something disconnected and eerie about our house hunting in Madison, but my mother and I played along with my father, although I never grasped what Madison was a fictional projection of for him, except the opportunity to come to the United States like me and settle here, despite his by now elaborate domestic establishment, prospering business, and very full life in Egypt and Lebanon. He always used to say, and my mother repeated often, that had he been 20 years younger after World War II, he would have come to the United States. When we went to Madison he was already 56, but I know that to some extent his interest in the United States was partly theoretical patriotism, partly the invigoration he felt at being out of his family's grasp, partly the desire to make me feel that I was getting the greatest opportunity ever, and that my clinging moroseness and expectant dread about staying on alone would be dissolved in due course. He had an ideological hatred of sentimentality, represented by the regretted effect of his own mother's importunings to return and my mother's behavior toward me just prior to our trip. We returned to New York via the Milwaukee Road Railroad and a TWA flight from Midway Airport, and the day after Labor Day finally found ourselves on a train leaving Grand Central Station bound for Mount Hermon. The only part of the long journey on the White River Junction train that I remember was our arrival at the tiny, excessively rural Massachusetts station, where a lone taxicab was waiting to take us the final couple of miles to the school. We barely had an hour together, since my parents were to take the return train to New York. When we had found my room, and my parents had had a brief meeting alone with the headmaster, my mother spent 15 minutes helping me to unpack and make the bed. My unknown roommate was already neatly installed. Then they rapidly departed, leaving me standing with a lump in my throat at the entrance to my imposing dormitory building, Crossley Hall, as they disappeared from view. The void that suddenly surrounded me and that I knew I had to endure for the one academic year I was to be at Mount Hermon seemed unbearable, but I also knew that I had to return to my room to recover some sense of my mother's recent presence, her smell, a trace of her hands, even perhaps a message. A blonde and blue-eyed youth of my own age was there to greet me. "Hi. I'm your roommate, Bob Salisbury," he said pleasantly, leaving me no opportunity to recuperate some of my mother's disappearing aura as I realized that I had now definitively arrived. Mount Hermon School, originally founded by the evangelist Dwight L. Moody in the late 19th century, was larger than Victoria College. It was the male counterpart of the Northfield Seminary for young ladies, and the two establishments occupied several thousand acres on opposite sides of the Connecticut River. A 6-mile road and a bridge connected the two quite separate but affiliated schools. Mount Hermon, unlike Northfield, was not in a town or village but was entirely self-enclosed and self-sufficient. Unmarried teachers lived among students in the dorm, married faculty with children had little houses scattered over the campus. Although it was in the traditional picture book sense a beautiful, leafy, hilly, and perfectly maintained New England site, I found it altogether alienating and desolate. The beauties of nature spoke little to me, and at Mount Hermon I found them particularly unseen and repressed. Crossley Hall was the largest building on campus, a long, glowering red brick Victorian building that could have been a factory. Salisbury and I were on the second floor. The toilets and showers, which stood in an open row, each exposed to its neighbor, were in the basement. Each student was required to do manual work for 10 to 12 hours a week, according to Moody, whose quotations were an early analog of Chairman Mao's Little Red Book, inculcating in us the dignity of manual labor. My task with 4 other boys was to pick the eyes out of potatoes. For the amount that was required each night the job took us a solid 1 hour and 45 minutes, during which time we worked non-stop, singing, cracking jokes, but otherwise totally focused on our work, which began right after breakfast, at 7:15, and ended at 9, just before our first class. Our supervisor was a short, stocky middle-aged man, Eddie Benny, a former Army sergeant who treated us as recalcitrant, not to say unfit, recruits who had to be ridden constantly. The daily routine was not only rigorous, it was also long, repetitive, and unrelieved by any of the urban amusements I had grown accustomed to in Cairo. Mount Hermon had a post office and a store, which was open only a few hours a day, where you could buy toothpaste, postcards and stamps, candy bars, and a tiny selection of books. Classes ran until noon. All meals included grace, and lunch was followed by announcements about sports and club meetings. At 1 we broke for 2 hours of sports. Afternoon classes resumed from 4 till 6. Dinner was immediately followed by a short break period for activities. Then we were confined, locked in would be a better phrase, in our rooms between 8 and 10:15 for a 2¼ hour study period, policed by floor officers. These were students elevated to this position not because of seniority or academic accomplishment but for mysterious reasons having to do with leadership, a word I heard for the first time at Mount Hermon. Talking during study hall was forbidden. At 10:15 we were allowed a 15-minute bathroom and toothbrushing séance, then lights out and silence. Each student was allowed 2 Saturday afternoons per semester to go to Greenfield, a miserable little place about 10 miles away. Other than that, except for sport team trips, we were imprisoned in Mount Hermon's stifling, claustrophobic regimen for 3 months. Phones were both scarce and rare. My parents called me once from New York before they returned to Cairo to break the news that Dr. Rubendahl and we thought that you should repeat your junior year, even though technically you passed upper 5. My father came on the line. If you graduate next spring you'll only be 16. That's too young to go to university. So you'll be at that school. He often forgot the school's name for 2 years. You're a lucky fellow, he said cheerily, and without irony. I wish I had had your chances. I knew he meant this, although I realized that as someone who had struggled hard earlier in his life he also slightly resented the privileged life he was giving me. I remembered the shock I had felt a few weeks earlier in London, when, having put us and Albert in rooms and suites at the Savoy with no expense spared, and having taken us to fancy restaurants, theaters, or concerts every night, including the most memorable musical comedy I ever saw, Kiss Me Kate with Alfred Drake and Patricia Morrison, and a Super HMS Pinafore with Martin Green at the Savoy Theatre, he rounded on me angrily for spending 6pence to buy a theatre program. Do you think you're the son of a rich man, throwing money away like that? He said harshly. When I turned to my mother for help and comfort, she explained, he had to work so hard, leaving me speechless and shamed, unable to point out the disparity between the rage over 6pence and the vast expenses being dispersed in luxury hotels and restaurants. Goodbye, sweetheart. When you feel blue, my mother ended the call impetuously, Try not to be alone. Find someone and sit with them. Her voice started to quiver disturbingly. And think of me and how much I miss you. The void around me increased. Daddy says we must go. I love you, darling. Then, nothing. Why, I remember asking myself in the silence, had I been sent so far away to this dreadful, God-forsaken place? But these thoughts were blown away by the dry New England voice of Mr. Fred McVeigh, the French teacher, in whose tiny Crossley apartment I had just received my parents' call. "Okay," he asked me laconically as if to say, "if you're done, please return to your room." Which I did, with the dawning realization that here were no lingering, suggestive communications but only cut and dry, mean what you say exchanges, which in their own way, I discovered, were just as coded and complex as the ones I had supposedly left behind. A day later I wandered over to see Mr. Edmund Alexander, the tennis coach and English teacher. Aside from Dr. Rubendahl, Ned Alexander was the only other Cairo connection at Herman. I had been told about him by Freddie Maloof, a close family friend who had been a classmate of Ned's. Small, dark, and wiry, wearing a white wool tennis sweater, Alexander was not at all welcoming. We stood facing each other across a tan station wagon parked in the driveway of his large white clapboard house. "Yes?" he asked curtly. "I'm from Cairo," I said enthusiastically. "Freddie Maloof urged me to look you up and say hello." Not a line softened in his hard, leathery expression. "Oh, yes, Freddie Maloof," was all he said, without a single additional comment. Undaunted I switched into Arabic, thinking that his and my native language might open up a more generous avenue of interaction. It had exactly the opposite effect. Stopping me in mid-sentence, Alexander held up his right hand. "No brother, a very Arab locution," I thought, even though uttered in English. No Arabic here. I left all that behind. Here we are Americans, another Arabic turn of phrase, instead of "we're in America now and we should talk and act like Americans." It was worse than I thought. All I wanted was some friendly contact emanating from home, something to make an opening in the immense fabric of loneliness and separation that I felt surrounding me. Alexander revealed himself as not only unfriendly but something of an antagonist. He immediately placed me on the varsity, junior varsity tennis ladder, which meant weeks of challenge matches that protected the varsity from newcomers, and when those ended with the first onset of snow in early November I was established, unfairly I thought, on the JV list. Then for a year I had nothing more to do with Alexander, whom I would see with his wife, the senior Mount Herman farmer's daughter, tooling around on campus in their station wagon, being as American as could be. I became a charge of the British JV coach and American history teacher, Hugh Silk, to whose coaching I brought all my residual anti-British sentiment. Even though I had won the top spot, he kept me at number 2 because, he once told me admonishingly, I wasn't fit to be number 1. Too many gestures, too many complaints, too many temperamental outbursts proved that I wasn't, he said, equable enough. Alexander's behavior proved the sagacity of my father's minatory observation that in the United States one should stay away from the Arabs. They'll never do anything for you and will always pull you down. He illustrated this by putting out his hands flat and bringing them down to 2 feet from the floor. They'll always be a hindrance. They neither keep what's good about Arab culture, nor show any solidarity with each other. He never gave examples, but the graphic figure he made with his hands and the definitive way he said it suggested no exception or qualification to the aperçu. Both Alexander's reaction to my banal overture and Silk's disciplinary iron fist, velvet glove approach turned out to be a more subtle form of moral pressure than what I had encountered in years of often brutal confrontations with British authority in my Egyptian or Palestinian schools. There, at least you knew that they were your enemies. At Herman, the going currency was common or shared values, care and concern for the student, interest in such intangibles as leadership and good citizenship, words of encouragement, admonishment, praise administered with a kind of fastidiousness I never dreamed of in VC, where war was a constant feature of daily life, with no palliatives either offered by the authorities or accepted by us, the students. Judgment in the United States was constant but concealed under a teasing fabric of softly rolling words and phrases, all of them in the end borne up by the unassailable moral authority of the teachers. I also soon learned that you could never really find out why or on what basis you were judged, as I was, inadequate for a role or status that relatively objective indicators like grades, scores, or match victories entitled you to. While I was at Mount Hermon, I was never appointed a floor officer, a table head, a member of the student council, or valedictorian, officially designated as number 1 in the class, and salutatorian, officially number 2, although I had the qualifications. And I never knew why. But I soon discovered that I would have to be on my guard against authority and that I needed to develop some mechanism or drive not to be discouraged by what I took to be efforts to silence or deflect me from being who I was rather than becoming who they wanted me to be. In the process I began a lifelong struggle and attempt to demystify the capriciousness and hypocrisy of a power whose authority depended absolutely on its ideological self-image as a moral agent, acting in good faith and with unimpeachable intentions. Its unfairness, in my opinion, depended principally on its prerogative for changing its basis of judgment. You could be perfect one day, but morally delinquent the next, even though your behavior was the same. For example, Silk and Alexander taught us not to say things like "good shot" to our tennis opponents. Never give them anything or concede anything, make your opponent work extra hard. But I recall that once during a close match against Williston Academy I was taken aside and reprimanded for having made my opponent pick up a ball that may have been closer to me. Take the extra step, I was told, and was made silently furious at the shifting grounds for judgment. But what developed in my encounters with the largely hypocritical authority at Mount Hermon was a newfound will that had nothing to do with the Edward of the past but relied on the slowly forming identity of another self beneath the surface. It soon became clear to me in my homesick disorientation that except for the words of advice in my weekly letter from my mother I had to deal with the daily routine at Hermon entirely on my own. Academically, the going was relatively easy and sometimes actually enjoyable. Whereas in VC we had only the dry material itself to deal with, none of it prettified or packaged, at Mount Hermon much that was required of us was prepared for by elaborate, simplifying instructions. Thus, our forceful and articulate English teacher, also the golf coach, Mr. Jack Baldwin, took us through 1 month of reading and analyzing Macbeth by minute studies of character, motivation, diction, figural language, plot pattern, all of the topics broken down into subgroups, steps, progressions that led cumulatively to a notebook full of short essays capped by a summary paragraph or two on the meaning of the play. Altogether more rational and thoughtful than in previous schools, this system invigorated and challenged me, particularly by comparison with the Anglo-Egyptian style of studying literary texts where all we were required to do was to articulate the very narrowly defined correct answers. During the first weeks Baldwin assigned us an essay topic of a very unpromising sort, on lighting a match. I dutifully went to the library and proceeded through encyclopedias, histories of industry, chemical manuals in search of what matches were. I then more or less systematically summarized and transcribed what I found and, rather proud of what I had compiled, turned it in. Baldwin almost immediately asked me to come and see him during his office hours, which was an entirely novel concept, since VC's teachers never had offices, let alone office hours. Baldwin's office was a cheery little place with postcard-covered walls, and as we sat next to each other on 2 easy chairs he complimented me on my research. But is that the most interesting way to examine what happens when someone lights a match? What if he's trying to set fire to a forest, or light a candle in a cave, or, metaphorically, illuminate the obscurity of a mystery like gravity, the way Newton did? For literally the first time in my life a subject was opened up for me by a teacher in a way that I immediately and excitedly responded to. What had previously been repressed and stifled in academic study repressed in order that thorough and correct answers be given to satisfy a standardized syllabus and a routinized exam designed essentially to show off powers of retention, not critical or imaginative faculties was awakened, and the complicated process of intellectual discovery, and self-discovery, has never stopped since. The fact that I was never at home or at least at Mount Hermon, out of place in nearly every way, gave me the incentive to find my territory, not socially but intellectually. The browsing room in the library basement provided me an escape from the often insufferable daily routine. It housed a record player, 33 RPM records had just been introduced, and several bookshelves of novels, essays, and translations. I listened to a heavy 3-record album of The Marriage of Figaro conducted by von Karajan, with Eric Kunz, Elizabeth Schwarzkopf, George London, and Irmgard Seefried. Over and over again, I read some of the many sets of American literary classics, Cooper's The Leather-Stocking Tales, Twain's Travels and Novels, Hawthorne and Poe stories, with considerable excitement, since they revealed a complete, parallel world to the Anglo-Egyptian one in which I had been immersed in Cairo. But the major breakthrough for me was in music, which, along with religion, played a substantial role in the school's programs. I tried out for and made the chapel choir, as well as the entirely secular glee club. We were all required to go to chapel services 4 times a week, including Sunday, where the organist, one Carlton El Hamadio, played a robust prelude and postlude, generally by Bach, but occasionally by second-rate American composers such as John Knowles Paine and George Chadwick. During one of these early services I found myself impulsively driven to go to speak to Lhomi, as everyone called him behind his back, about piano lessons. My wasteful years at VC had taken the life out of my piano career, but listening to records and Lhomi's playing inspired me to begin again. Lhomi was about 5 feet 8 inches and cadaverously thin, given to plaid bow ties and striped shirts, always very well put together. No one ever saw him tieless or in shorts. He had a disconcertingly mincing walk, with his 2 exceptionally fine and slender hands often held out, like a rabbit's, as he tripped along, but at the keyboard he cut a very confident, even authoritative figure. I owe him the fact that he took me seriously and was never impatient with me as a pianist. Still, Lhomi typified the cautious, often pedantic kind of teacher who would constantly try to hold the student back. His teaching style notwithstanding, his superb playing and music history teaching filled me with enthusiasm. Soon music was an all-consuming knowledge as well as experience. I listened, played, read, and read about it systematically, in the library's Grove's Dictionary of Music and Musicians, for the first time in my life, and I have never stopped. But there had to be, I now realize, a El Hamadio figure for me to react against, someone whose competence gave him the right to an on the whole measured, not wildly enthusiastic, judgment. We rarely saw eye to eye, but at least I had a hard taskmaster's ear to prod me on my way, against his, always held in check, as, for example, by his excessively polite "Oh yes, Ed. That was very nice. But don't you think that the insecurities of the opening could be fixed up, etc., after my playing the gavotte of the Bach G minor English suite for him, and toned down a bit? I remember one steamy Sunday afternoon practicing the gavotte with the windows open, and after working meticulously on the little things that my teacher had caught me with, I decided to let out all stops, playing the piece through passionately, the way I felt it. At that moment Lhomi and Mr. Mertz, an elderly English teacher, walked by the very window and obviously heard and saw me. "Hey, that's great, Ed," was Mertz's unbuttoned expostulation. Was Lhomi's own rather disapproving response. I played on, giving myself even more steam. I remember that on the next meeting we switched abruptly from the Bach to, in my view, a dinky, tinkly C major Haydn sonata. Solomon, the very fine British pianist, played it in his last recital. So there it was, his Solomon versus my Rubinstein. The abrasive rough and tumble of my daily life in the 600-student boarding school was nonetheless unpleasant and sometimes intolerable. There was no cultural background for friendship of the kind I had experienced at VC. I roomed with Bob Salisbury, who was one class below me, for 2 years, but we were never close in any but superficial ways. I felt that there was no depth, no ease, to the Americans, only the surface jokiness and anecdotal high spirits of teammates, which never satisfied me. There was always the feeling that what I missed with my American contemporaries was other languages, Arabic mainly, in which I lived and thought and felt along with English. They seemed less emotional, with little interest in articulating their attitudes and reactions. This was the extraordinary homogenizing power of American life, in which the same TV, clothes, ideological uniformity, in films, newspapers, comics, etc., seemed to limit the complex intercourse of daily life to an unreflective minimum in which memory has no role. I felt myself to be encumberingly full of memories, and the best friends I made at Mount Hermon were recent immigrants like Gottfried Brieger, an extremely ironic German student, and the socially awkward but intellectually curious Neil Sheehan. The mythology of D.L. Moody dominated the school and made it the not quite first-rate place it was. There was the dignity of manual labor part, which seemed to me totally silly. There seemed to be unquestioned assent to the man's incredible importance. It was my first encounter with enthusiastic mass hypnosis by a charlatan, because except for 2 of us, not one teacher or student expressed the slightest doubt that Moody was worthy of the highest admiration. The only other dissenter was Jeff Brieger, who cornered me in the browsing room and said, "Mais c'est dégoûtant," pointing at one of the many hagiographical studies we were meant to read. And so it was with religion: the Sunday service, the Wednesday evening chapel, the Thursday noon sermon dreadful, pietistic, non-denominational. I disliked that form of vacillation in particular, full of homilies, advice, how to live. Ordinary observations were encoded into Moody-esque sturdy Christianity, in which words like service and labor acquired magical, but finally unspecifiable, meaning, to be repeated and intoned as what gave our lives moral purpose. There had been nothing of that at VC, now it was a full load of the stuff. And no beatings, or bullying prefects. We were all Herman boys, 600 of us marching on after Moody and Ira Sankey, his faithful sidekick. Clothes were a problem for me. Everyone wore corduroys, jeans, lumber jackets, boots. While in London my father had taken me to a Dickensian establishment next door to the Savoy called 30-shilling Tailors and bought me a very dark grey suit. I also had the VC assortment of grey slacks, a blazer, and a few dress shirts, all of them packed into 2 gigantic beige leather suitcases, along with a stamp collection, 2 albums of family photos, and a mounting pile of my mother's letters, each of which I preserved carefully. I had to write my parents to get permission to buy a more appropriate wardrobe, and by October I was almost but not quite like everyone else. It took me another month to master the academic system completely, and by late November I was, to my surprise, astonishing my classmates with my intellectual performances. Why or how I did well I do not really know to this day, since following my mother's injunction not to be blue or alone I was both, and alienated from the extended stag sessions in the Blue Cloud, the smoking and pool room, or the little cliques that formed in Crossley, or around the various athletic teams. I longed to be back in Cairo. I kept calculating the time difference of 7 hours, leaving my bedside alarm set on Cairo time, missing our family's Cairo food during school meals, an unappetizing regime that began with chicken a la king on Monday and ended with cold cuts and potato salad on Sunday night, and above all missing my mother, each of whose letters deepened the wound of abandonment and separation I felt. Sometimes I would pull out one of my massive suitcases from under the bed, leaf through the albums or letters and begin gently to cry, quickly reminding myself of my father's "Buck up, boy, don't be a sissy. Pull your back up. Back, back." I experienced the changing of seasons from fall to winter with dread, as something unfamiliar, having come from a basically warm and dry climate. I have never gotten over my feelings of revulsion for snow, which I first saw on my 16th birthday, November 1, 1951. Since that time, try as I might, I have found little to enjoy or admire about snow. For me, snow signified a kind of death. But what I suffered from was the social vacancy of Mount Hermon's setting. I had spent all my life in two rich, teeming, historically dense metropolises, Jerusalem and Cairo, and now I was totally bereft of anything except the pristine woods, apple orchards, and the Connecticut River valley and hills stripped of their history. The nearest town of Greenfield has long symbolized for me the enforced desolation of Middle America. On the other hand, a small number of teachers and students, as well as subjects like literature and music, gave me moments of great pleasure, normally somewhat tinged with guilt. Don't forget how much I miss and love you, your absence has made everything seem so empty, my mother would repeat down the years, making me feel that I mustn't feel all right unless she was with me, and that it was a serious betrayal for me to do something that I liked doing if she wasn't present. This gave my American days a sense of impermanence, and even though I spent 3/4 of the year in the United States, it was always Cairo to which I accorded stability. The authorized school social life was with the Northfield Seminary for Young Ladies, 6 miles across the river. One could have football, movie, or dance dates on Saturdays only, but being an incredibly shy, sexually inexperienced newcomer, I could only look wistfully at the others holding hands, petting, kissing, and generally feeling each other up. This was like China to me, since Cairo had never provided anything like this practically sanctioned adultery, as my feverishly repressed mind represented the practice of necking to me, and without any acquaintance at Northfield I was the weekly wallflower, along with Brieger and one or two other forlorn souls. When I was eventually introduced to one or two girls, a second date rarely followed. It was only in my second and final year that I had any kind of limited success with girls. To my increasing sadness, by early December 1951 I had become Americanized, as Ed said to everyone except Brieger, whose unbridled irony and polyglot wit seemed more precious to me every day, as more and more of my past seemed to slip away, worn away slowly but ineluctably by the American modalities of our routinized days and evenings. Even Tony Glockler, an early acquaintance who had grown up in Beirut, had gone through the changing machine. We used to speak Arabic and French to each other, but that soon stopped and we drifted apart. With no close friends, I battled my way through, trying more and more successfully to hold on to and develop the sensibility that resisted the American leveling and ideological herding that seemed to work so effectively on so many of my classmates. It wasn't nostalgia for Cairo that kept me going, since I remembered all too acutely the dissonance I had always felt there as the non-Arab, the non-American American, the English-speaking and reading warrior against the English, or the buffeted and cosseted son. Instead, it was the beginning of a new independent strength that I sensed as I swam 50 laps during swimming practice, feeling my arms were going to fall off with leaden fatigue, my breath coming harder and harder, my legs dragging heavier still as I pumped them desperately, a germ that helped me think about how I was going to make a radio script out of the cask of Amontillado for Baldwin's class, with me regulating the voices, volume, music, third movement of een klein act music, where I wanted my audience to hear the courtly dance rhythm against the poor immured hero's weakening voice. Independent strength or nascent will, it marked the beginning of my refusal to be the passive Ed said who went from one assignment or deadline to the next with scarcely a demurral. Most of the school went home for Thanksgiving, a holiday that still means very little to me, even though my father had imposed a turkey dinner on us in Cairo for what he called traditional reasons. For the 3-week Christmas break, my father contacted his oldest brother's sons Abby and Charlie in New York, who together with their widowed mother, Emily, and sister, Dorothy, had moved to Queens shortly after Assad's death in 1947. No Washington vacations after all. Abby was fair-haired, gregarious, an open, kind man about 10 years my senior. My mother thought that he most resembled my father in generosity, loyalty, and transparency. There was what was considered a problematic strain in my Uncle Al's family that came through Emily. She was a Seda from Jaffa, and only Abby seemed to have been spared that much remarked hereditary defect, which was a certain deviousness allied with a somewhat cretinous cackle that emerged disconcertingly for no particular reason. Their apartment in Jackson Heights, 72 to 42 51st Drive, was on the second floor of a house in a row of identical townhouse lookalikes with which those streets were lined for mile upon mile on end. The space in the said apartment became extremely cramped after I arrived with my gigantic suitcases. I could have left them over at school, but neurotically and categorically refused to go anywhere without all my belongings. It must have been hell for my aunt and her children to have me there, but to their undying credit none made me feel unwelcome or in the way. Abby and Charlie by now had regular jobs at a bank and insurance agency, respectively, and went to New York University Night School in Business. Dorothy still worked as a secretary at Reuben Donnelly, the enormous printing firm responsible for producing the phone book. The three of them were gone by about 7:30 a.m. and did not return until 8 or 9 at night. Emily would prowl the apartment most of the morning, talking constantly to herself in Arabic punctuated by peals of mysterious laughter, making beds, but not mine, which I made up soon as I could, picking up clothes, puttering in the kitchen dining room with lots of clattering, breaking, slamming, all of it without pattern or obvious system. She seemed quite deaf to the sounds around her, so even though she turned on the radio to some dreadful talk and music show, I was usually able to keep switching it to WQXR, even though that snooty station, its 9:30 piano personalities show being my favorite, was, I thought, too often insanely submerged in Barney's and Rogers Peet commercials. These sometimes caught the attention of Emily, who would then sing along and, later, gratuitously sing alone, "You save at Barney's, you save at Barney's," certainly unaware of what she was saying. At around 10 she would ask me if I'd like something to eat. I never ventured to the fridge or bread box on my own, partly because even if she was making beds or messing about in the bathroom, she'd suddenly interrupt herself and shoot back to the kitchen like a bull to its Quarentia. I quickly understood that she not only cared for the kitchen but also guarded it, as if it contained some sort of primitive treasure hoard. At about noon she usually announced that she was going out, and I was made to understand that if she left I couldn't remain at home unattended or alone. I usually took the Woodside bus to the Jackson Heights subway station, then flew into Times Square, where I had my daily lunch of a Netix hot dog and orange drink, and began to walk around, mainly among newsreels and third-run films plus an occasional foray into Ripley's Believe It or Not. Museums, libraries, places of profit and education seemed not to be part of my perspective, but from Dorothy I discovered that quiz shows gave away tickets to their live audiences, so I did frequent those at Rockefeller Center for a while, then moved on to more films and newsreels, continuous in those days, before heading for Jackson Heights in the late afternoon. On Christmas Day there'd be a short phone call from Cairo, but with my cousins and Emily requested by my parents for a formulaic salutation. I had the briefest but satisfying feeling from my mother's incredibly warm "Happy Christmas, darling," and then it was over. Abby and I usually did companionable things on the weekend evenings that he wasn't busy with his Masonic lodge. My cousins belonged to an Arabic Protestant church in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, 2 hours and several changes away by subway, which provided the Syrian community, as the Arab Americans were known in those days, with a social center, at which haflis, dinner and dancing, made it possible for everyone to mix together over kibbeh and hummus. Abby and I ended up by going together without the others, I quite reluctantly, since I found the elderly Arab Americans lost in a world of commerce, rug selling, groceries, furniture. They were strange, almost Swift-like creatures, with Pocono summer homes, fragmentary 1920s Arabic, and studiously patriotic Americanism. The phrase Uncle Sam appeared regularly in their speech, although they spoke more about the communist threat than, to the disappointed ears of a Palestinian teenager, about Israel. The women were dowdy and unhappy at being separated from their villages, marooned in Brooklyn, their daughters overdressed, gum-chewing, squeaky-voiced Bobby Soxers. Or Abby and I would go to the weekly Arabic film showing on Atlantic Avenue, Saturdays at midnight, which got us back to Queens at 4 a.m., totally exhausted. But the effort was leavened for me by seeing sultry actresses like Naima Akif, Samaya Gamal, Ortaya Karaoke dance and Ismail Yassin shoot off his moronic yet endearingly toothy one-liners. It was the Cairo lilt in their dialogue that made us nostalgic as we rode back in the empty clattering train, but after about 3 such excursions we were too worn out for more. Once during the vacation I went to Bay Ridge by myself as a guest of Aunt Salama and Uncle Emin Badr. She was a lively, witty, pretty, and unmistakably lusty woman in her 40s, and he Faris Badr's younger brother, who had been resident in the United States for at least 50 years, was an incredibly precise, very carefully put together man. Never had I seen such razor-sharp trouser creases and so fastidiously pressed shirts. In his middle 70s, a retired sheet and towel salesman. Salama's volubility and irreverence, which she exaggerated to further dramatize the age difference between her and Amin, amused me enormously, a vivid contrast to my life at Queens. Besides, Salama's connection by marriage to my mother's family I treated subliminally as an antidote to the Setian dourness of my father's far less colorful family. I would meet Salama at her 4th Avenue store, Mrs. Beddar's bra and corset shop, where with 2 assistants she labored from early morning to evening. My mother was a customer, I knew, as was Eva Malik, though both found Salama's tiresome complaints against her plainly exploited underlings both comic and unseemly. They keep asking me for more money and an 8-hour day. Do you think I only work 8 hours? Haughty mountain Lebanese, for those are communistic ideas, she would say, but never so solemnly as not to let me in fact stand up for the girls. You're too soft, she'd say with a smile. You need more of your father's guts. What particularly endeared me to her was not only her wonderful abundant cooking for dinner that night, nor the comfortable bed in a room of my own, nor even the gay banter between herself and the old guy, as she called him, but her ingenuity for promoting her trade. There, right in her shop window, she had installed a headless, legless mannequin whose ample bosom was clad in one of her shocking pink bras. Underneath the 2 breasts was a taunting sign that read, "United we stand, divided we fall. Don'tcha think I know what I'm doing here? Your Uncle Emin is scandalized by the model, but don'tcha think I'll ever pay attention to him. He won't come near the place, but wait until I put up my corset display." The next morning as we set off, she to work, me to Jackson Heights, she stuffed my overnight bag with a jar of pickles, a container of green olives, and a large bag of spinach cakes that she had baked. "Give my regards to your people," she said, "especially Abby. He'd make a good husband." It wasn't until some years later that I started to see her as a kind of wife of Bath figure, elemental and irrepressible, hopelessly out of place among the solemn Syrian denizens of Bay Ridge, borne along by a rare energy and humor that created a bond between us that has lasted till now, retired as she is, and mostly amnesiac, in Florida. The utter loneliness at Mount Hermon seemed heightened 3 weeks after I returned to school in early January. We were entombed, I felt, in the aftermath of another huge ravaging blizzard, trees bent over in snowdrifts of 10 feet nearly everywhere, temperatures near zero, a bright sun lighting up the unyielding whiteness almost luridly. Hatless I went from dorm to class, to gym, to dining hall, busily cursing the sense of confinement and impediment I felt all around me, totally unprepared for the message delivered to me as I left my late afternoon chemistry class with the diminutive, bespectacled Dr. Paul Bowman. A student helper from the headmaster's office was standing at the door waiting for me. He said, "Dr. Rubendahl would like to see you now." As we trudged off together I wondered almost absent-mindedly what new infraction I had committed, even though my general behavior at Mount Hermon had been, I thought, unimpeachable. There were no gangs, no hated masters, no volatile political situations. Rubendahl was the one urbane and totally agreeable man in the school, partly because of his fond memories of his days as basketball coach in Cairo, partly, I speculated, because at 6'4", With a massive yet graceful bearing and great charm, he exuded a kind of confidence that had little to do with the moody legacy that seemed to weigh down the others. I couldn't imagine him having much to do with the doer Ned Alexander, though both had Cairo in their background. But I was always glad when Rubendahl picked me out of the crowd. "Ed," he would say using my new Americanized name, "how are things going? I hope you're enjoying Herman. My best to your parents and to Cairo. Drop up to the house some evening," which I of course didn't, but the man's genuine welcome and friendliness carried me a long way past the daily gloom of the school, even though during my 2 years there this was the only time I entered his house. Rubendahl greeted me warmly. "I've just heard from Cairo, Ed. Your family's fine. The news, or what we have of it, is pretty alarming, but everyone's safe." Not knowing what exactly he was referring to, but alarmed nevertheless, I asked for more details. "There have been riots, much of the city has been burned, no one knows who is behind it. Come up to the house at 7 and we'll see what the TV has." Of course I did, but the reception was extremely poor. Images of large crowds and burning buildings alternated with unclear pictures of officials, generals, and politicians presided over by a smudgy photograph of King Farouk taken well before he had become a 350-pound caricature. It was a Monday evening, the fire had taken place 2 days earlier, and somehow my father had gotten through to Rubendahl on the phone. I was truly frightened as much for what might have happened to my parents, my father especially, in this unprecedented maelstrom, as for the possibility that I would have nothing to return to. I knew that something had irrevocably changed. The stunning scenes of destruction that lasted for about 20 seconds on the Rubendahl family TV. He and his wife stood protectively next to me as I sat squarely in front of the large brown console originated somewhere else and from somebody I had never imagined as being lodged in the familiar Cairo of my early days, impersonal forces. Enraged people? Foreign spies? I could not imagine nor articulate the causes of what I saw before me. The next day, reading the Tuesday Boston Globe in the Crossley Lounge, I was stunned to see my father's name in a 3-page report that detailed the enormous damage done on Black Saturday. It was the first time that our existence had taken so objective and, to me, so vulnerably assertive a form. The Standard Stationery, ran the passage, owned by an American citizen, William A. said, was totally gutted by the mob as it moved down Malika Farida Street, destroying the British Turf Club, a noted British Cairo institution. Other familiar places mentioned were Papazian's music shop, where I had bought music books and records, Kodak, Salon Verde, Gattegno. All of them upmarket, obviously foreign, right in the heart of the modern colonial city. The mob was stopped by a valiant police captain, who for his pains was later fired, at the head of a handful of his men just at the beginning of the Kasra El Nil Bridge, which led across the Nile to Zamalek, our residence. And there but for that captain, I couldn't possibly take in everything that had happened, although my mother's letter about 10 days later filled in some of the blanks. The important thing is that both our main places of business, B Branch was destroyed too, had been reduced to rubble. A month later they sent me pictures of the damage, the only recognizable objects being some sable tables and chairs twisted into surrealistic shapes beneath which were fragments of typewriters, Elms duplicators, and one large but apparently unharmed Chubb safe, an image later to be used by my father in his sales material, and huge amounts of charred paper. My mother sadly commented on how at that time my cousins and aunt expressed to my father their desire to separate themselves from the firm, so summoning all his financial reserves, I never really understood from where, he bought them out, leaving himself alone in charge of a completely ruined establishment. "All right, Lampas," he was quoted by my mother as telling his old manager, "let's roll up our sleeves." The phrase has stuck in my head for over 46 years and begin again. And so they did, clearing up the debris with a few faithful helpers, announcing that business as usual would be conducted from his unharmed office across the road, getting all the requisite bank loans, plus small compensation for damages from a hastily convened government commission, beginning reconstruction on an altogether grander and more luxurious scale. By the time I arrived home in June for the summer vacation, the last remaining effects on his business of the January 26, 1952, fire apparently set by the Muslim brothers were a string of photographs showing the ruins that he had had framed and hung behind the cashier's desk and in his office. I still marvel at his almost superhuman recovery. I never heard him speak regretfully about the pre-fire days or about how much he lost or about what a catastrophe it had been for him. And the twice-monthly typed letters kept arriving on precisely the same day, as if nothing had changed, except news of arriving goods, as he called them, supplied to SSCO with emergency speed by his European and American suppliers. Trying perhaps to penetrate the mystery of his overwhelming strength, I wrote my mother complaining that his formal, typed, obviously dictated letters signed yours truly, W.A. said, were perplexing, and that I couldn't understand why he never wrote me a truly personal letter. I was concerned about the pressures on him and wanted some human indication of his continued and assured presence in my life. Dear Edward, ran a one-page letter that arrived 2 weeks later, written in his untidy scrawl. Your mother tells me that you don't like my typed letters to you, but I am very busy, as you can imagine. Anyway, here is a handwritten letter for you. Yours truly, W.A. said. I kept the letter for at least 20 years, since it seemed to symbolize perfectly my father and his attitude to me. It was as if he believed that expression and feeling could never be equal or interchangeable, and that if they were, there was something clearly wrong with either or both. So he kept his counsel, reserving his efforts for what he did, which he protected with the silence or lapidary style that so maddened me. All his life my father was deliberately circumspect about what property or wealth he possessed, and now that he had to rebuild a business with a large load of debt, he became uncharacteristically voluble on the subject of his obligations. Can't you see, he would say exasperatedly to us dozens and dozens of times, how heavily I am in debts, using the plural s as an emphatic reminder that this was no ordinary amount of debt. Debts in fact plagued us, as a family, for 3 or 4 years, until once, while I was in his office, taking over for him during a summer afternoon, I started idly leafing through his accountant's report for the recently concluded fiscal year. I was astounded at the many thousands of pounds he was making on a quarterly basis. When I raised this with him, he looked at me with great contempt. Stop talking nonsense, Edward. Perhaps one day you'll learn to read a balance sheet. In the meantime, concentrate on your studies, and let me take care of the business. But it was difficult not to notice that during the mid-50s my parents had more frequent and larger parties, acquired handsome objects, and had moved out of the Sharia Aziz Osman apartment and into a larger and luxuriously appointed one in a building next door that housed embassy residences. Nonetheless, his protests about being in debts never stopped. By the early spring of 1952 I had suspended my feelings of paralyzed solitude, missing my mother, my room, the familiar sounds and objects that embodied Cairo's grace, and allowed another less sentimental, less incapacitated self to take over. 40 years later a similar process occurred, when I had been diagnosed with leukemia and discovered myself for a while almost completely gripped by the grimmest thoughts of imminent suffering and death. My principal concern was how terrible it was to have to separate from my family and indeed from the whole edifice of my life, which in thinking about it I realized I loved very much. Only when I saw that this dire scenario constituted a paralyzing block at the center of my consciousness could I begin to see its outlines, which helped me first to divine and then make out its limits. Soon I became conscious of being able to move this debilitating block off center, and then to focus, sometimes only very briefly, on other, much more concrete things, including enjoyment of an accomplishment, music, or a particular encounter with a friend. I have not lost the acute sense of vulnerability to illness and death I felt on discovering my condition, but it has become possible, as with my early exile, to regard all the day's hours and activities, including my obsession with my illness, as altogether provisional. Within that perspective I can evaluate which activities to hold on to, perform, and enjoy. I never lost my sense of dislike and discomfort at Mount Hermon, but I did learn to minimize its effect on me, and in a kind of self-forgetting way I plunged into the things I found it possible to enjoy. Most, if not all, were intellectual. During my first year we were all required to take a simple-minded class, doubtless an idea of Dr. Moody's, designed to make us pious. This not only repeated the material I had already gone through for my confirmation, but went further in literalistic and, I must say, fundamentalist Old Testament interpretation than I would have thought was humanly possible. Amos and Hosea, Isaiah and Micah, stick in my mind. We not only read over the texts, student by student, but no less relentlessly paraphrased what they said, literally, unimaginatively, repetitiously. Were it not that my record was so good I'd have had the same Bible teacher, Chester something, in senior year, with the New Testament as our text, but instead I was allowed to take the alternate Bible given by the school chaplain and co-swimming coach Reverend White, known to all as Friar Tuck for his portliness, red hair, and all-around good humor. I was 17, but thanks to his openness and total absence of dogmatism we had a superb reading course in classical philosophy, from Plato and Aristotle, through the Enlightenment to Kierkegaard. Try as I could, I didn't much thrive as a sportsman. I made the swimming and tennis teams and won events and matches, but the actual competition often made me physically ill. At lunch in the spring of my first year a senior boy, the student council president and soccer captain Dale Conley, was going from table to table slipping small bits of paper underneath each plate. Mine read simply, 14 out of 157, it was my class ranking, a much higher one than I had imagined possible. During the senior year my rank was to alternate between 1 and 2, yet at the end of the summer I spent the night before I was due to return in a hastily installed bed in my parents' Dower Elshweir bedroom begging not to be sent back. The inevitable departure took place at dawn, and we drove to Beirut in total silence. Once back I was given the odious job of pressing shirts in the laundry, but after a fuss and partly due to my academic success, I was mercifully moved to a sinecure in the library. By the middle of that second year, with college applications on our minds, I had consciously grasped that there would be no imminent return to Cairo. I envied my sisters at Cairo's English school, the comfort of being together and at home, the solidity, as I imagined it, of well-furnished certainty, all of which were going to be denied me except during brief returns for the summer. The Free Officers' Revolution had occurred in July 1952, but with the avuncular, pipe-smoking General Mohammed Nahib in charge, the king having been sent off to Italy, I had the impression, as did my parents and their friends, that this new situation wasn't so different from the old, except that now there would be younger, more serious men in charge, and corruption would end. Little more than that. Our little community derlicks, goras, mirs hacks, fahams shawamal, making money handsomely, living incredibly well, continued their lives as if nothing had happened. And after a few weeks in Cairo during June and the first half of July, we moved off as usual for the long dreary period in Dower. I experienced the Egyptian part of my life in an unreflecting, almost sham, way during the summer, slipping into it the moment I arrived in Cairo, whereas my American life was acquiring a more durable, more independent reality, unrelated to Cairo, my family, and the familiar old habits and creature comforts that my mother kept in readiness for me. It was on a bright spring afternoon in 1953 during tennis practice that Bob Salisbury, passing the courts on his way back to Crossley from the post office, shouted to me that he had heard college acceptances were in. Rushing quickly to the post office, I discovered that both Princeton and Harvard had accepted me, though I had never visited the latter and had little idea what it represented other than the smoothly genteel impression made on me by Skitty Von Stade, the visiting Harvard admissions gentleman, whom Lhomi had identified further as a Long Island polo player. When I returned to the court with my letters, the coach, Ned Alexander, said, "Good. Now you'll play on the freshman team at Harvard," but for the strangest and, as I look back on them now, the flimsiest of reasons I quickly made up my mind to go to Princeton, which I had visited once with my parents the summer before entering Mount Hermon. We had gone there from New York to visit relatives of Dower Elshweir, neighbors of ours, and their presence there, although I had never returned to see them again. The leafy pleasant afternoon of tabbouleh and stuffed grape leaves in their house, drew me to Princeton for entirely fictitious reasons. In my serene and superficial fantasy it seemed to be Mount Hermon's opposite, New England, comfortable, austere, idle-like, a projection of Cairo life in the United States. A month later I learned that my father was going to come from Cairo, at enormous expense, for my graduation, and that afterward he and I and my cousins Abby and Charlie would go on a tour of New England in their 1951 Ford. This trip was a graduation present for me. During my last weeks at Herman I reflected that though in all my activities I had distinguished myself, I remained a kind of lusus naturae, a peculiar odd boy out. I had won letters and important matches both in swimming and tennis, I had done brilliantly in my academic work, I had become a pianist of distinction, yet I seemed incapable of achieving the moral stature. I can think of no other phrase to describe it that the school's general approval could bestow on one. I was known as someone with a powerful brain and an unusual past, but I was not fully a part of the school's corporate life. Something was missing. Something, I was to discover, that was called the right attitude. There were students like Dale Conley or, in my class, Gordy Robb and Fred Fisher, unlike, say, Brieger and me, who seemed to have no rough edges. They offended no one, they were well liked, they had a remarkable capacity never to say anything that might be wrong or offensive, and they gave me the impression of fitting in perfectly. In short, they were natural choices for various honorific jobs and titles: captains, student council members, floor officers, or table heads, in the dining room. All of this had nothing to do either with their evident intelligence or with academic performance, which though above average was not distinguished. Still, there was a certain chosenness about them, an aura, that I clearly lacked. Yet one couldn't describe these students as being teachers' favorites nor ascribe their status to something resembling hereditary nobility or wealth, as might have been the case in the world I came from. Just a week before graduation, a knock on the door announced Fred Fisher, a student council member, fellow swim team member, floor officer in Crossley, and one of the most visibly successful boys in the school. Salisbury and I were, I recall, finishing our term papers. Although I was about to graduate, I was still imprisoned in my room for our nightly penance, but Fisher as floor officer could roam the dormitory at will. "Hey Woz," he said, using a friendly appellation much in use then, "haven't you been first or second in the class? Academically, I mean." I replied, "Yes, it's alternated between Rayburn and myself. He's first now I think, but I'm not absolutely sure." "Why?" Here Fisher, seated on my bed, seemed plainly uncomfortable. "I've never been higher than 6 or 7, but they've just told me I'm going to be salutatorian and Burns valedictorian. I can't figure it out." "What happened?" Fisher's puzzlement at his unexpected elevation was genuine, but I was thunderstruck. I could make no reply to the just anointed Fred, who left our room a moment later with what seemed to me a troubled, even mystified, look on his face. I felt I was entitled to such a graduation honor and had been denied it, but in some strange yet peculiarly fitting way I knew I should not have been given it. So I was hurt, unable to accept the injustice, or to contest or understand what may after all have been a justified decision against me. Unlike Fisher, I was not a leader, nor a good citizen, nor pious, nor just all-round acceptable. I realized I was to remain the outsider, no matter what I did. It was also at this point that I felt that coming from a part of the world that seemed to be in a state of chaotic transformation became the symbol of what was out of place about me. Mount Hermon School was primarily white, there were a handful of black students, mostly gifted athletes and one rather brilliant musician and intellect, Randy Payton, but the faculty was entirely white, or white masked, as in Alexander's case. Until the Fisher graduation episode one felt myself to be colorless, but that forced me to see myself as marginal, non-American, alienated, marked, just when the politics of the Arab world began to play a greater and greater role in American life. I sat through the tedious graduation ceremonies in my cap and gown with an indifference that bordered on hostility. This was their event, not mine, even though I was unexpectedly given a biology prize for, I firmly believe, consolation. My father, having come from Cairo for what I thought would be a disappointment, was both elated and jocular. Without my mother, who had to stay home with my sisters, he was unusually talkative and engaging. Far from needing her social expertise, he seemed to thrive without it, spending some amusing moments with the very German Brieger pair, a Hahnemann medical school professor. The key to my father's mood seemed to be his cheery satisfaction with a school that had at last turned me into a citizen with a cap on my head. At the post-graduation garden party he carried a large, circular package wrapped in brown paper. He was especially effusive with Reuben Dahl, whose extraordinary charm carried everything before it. Towering over my father, he beamed at us both. "How wonderful of you to come all the way from Cairo. I'm so sorry that Mrs. Said couldn't make it. Isn't it great how Ed has done?" At this point my father gave me his fruit punch cup to hold and in his characteristically impetuous and untidy way started to tear at the wrapping paper to reveal an immense embossed silver plate, the kind that he and my mother must have commissioned from a Cairo bazaar silversmith. In his best presentational style he handed it rather pompously to the overjoyed Reuben Dahl. "My wife and I wanted to give you this in grateful gratitude for what you've done for Edward." Pause. In grateful gratitude. I was embarrassed at how lavish and eccentric both his gift and accompanying words were, especially considering how unfit I must have seemed to Reuben Dahl and his colleagues for the position of either class valedictorian or salutatorian. For a week my father and I, with Abby and Charlie, who did most of the driving, went to places like Keene, New Hampshire, and Boston, my father footing the bill for everything, his way of paying the two young men for their time and effort. I was anxious to get back to Cairo and home. I had had my fill of motels and dormitories, and even after 2 more weeks in New York at the well-appointed Stanhope Hotel, the desire to return to the Cairo I had left 2 years ago was overwhelmingly powerful. Returning to Cairo in the summer also meant going back to Dower. And, by the time I had become a Princeton undergraduate, Dower had come pretty exclusively to mean Eva Ahmad, whose presence there I could count on. Given what happened to Lebanon a few years later, the 1958 Civil War, the Palestinian decades of the 70s and 80s, the catastrophic 17-year civil war that erupted in 1975, the Israeli invasion of 1982, it was as if our uninterrupted summers in Dower prior to the upheavals were a kind of prolonged daydream whose center after I met Eva became the infinitesimally slow growth of our romance. Nothing else I did then seemed to interdict or interrupt my concentration on seeing and being with her for most of the day, Sundays excepted. We were drawn imperceptibly to each other, always playing doubles together, sitting next to each other, partnering each other in games of trump, a primitive genre of bridge, sharing small confidences. As a young woman from a conservative Arab family, Eva was reserved and correct, as women her age were supposed to be in the mid-1950s. Her education had ended after secondary school, and, although I did not realize it at the time, she was waiting for marriage, with no other career offered or contemplated. While I knew that I was more attracted and attached to her than I had been to any woman before, our future had no place at all in my reflections or daydreams. Over 3 or 4 summers the first found myself increasingly attracted to her, unable to do or say more than what one said in informal, daily banter. There was an illicit thrill in being close to her without anything physically or even verbally overt passing between us. I felt I had to see her every day, and spent every moment in her company searching for some sign, however faint, that she cared for me as I did for her. But if our attachment to each other remained unspoken, it became evident to others, if only in the most casual way. Have Eva and Edward already played their doubles? Nellie might ask. You and Eva will sit there, someone might say at the movies. Has Eva seen your new racket? Neither of our parents had any knowledge of our friendship. Although we would be apart for 9 months of the year, she in Tanta while I was in Princeton, when we were in Dower our relationship resumed as if we had seen each other the day before. We wrote, infrequently, cordial and correct letters, and I carried hers in one of my pockets for weeks on end, imagining myself to be closer to her by doing so. It was inevitable that my mother would hear about Eva. I can remember my father mentioning Eva's age: when you're in your prime she'll be a 60-year-old woman. Do you know what that will be like? And then adding one of those pre-packaged phrases that served the purpose of a minatory adage: if you're single everyone will invite you, but once you get married no one will look at you. At least I knew where I stood with him, unlike with my mother. At first her behavior was quite circumspect, suggesting little more than a sort of neutral curiosity about Eva and my attitude toward her. Gradually her tone hardened, becoming faintly challenging as she'd ask, and I suppose Eva was there too. Then Eva seemed to her to have overstepped certain limits of propriety and decency as she remarked, "What do her parents think that she is up to, spending all her time with young people like you? Don't they realize that she's compromising her chances to find a husband?" By the time Eva and I had settled on each other in our glacier-like progress, over about 3 years, I was subliminally aware that talking to my mother about Eva, responding, however laconically, to her unsolicited observations was to be avoided. Eva's age, her different, largely idle, style of life, her religion, Greek Orthodox, and her francophony clearly made my mother fearful, but I didn't suspect that she was determinately set against my continuing liaison. In the summer of 1956, when I was 20 and Eva was almost 27, the Tabara Club embarked on a group beach outing to Beirut. This was very different from our family excursions the decade before. There were no parents and no hours to be carefully observed. Our group destinations that year had been the Eden Rock Pool, a California-style kidney-shaped basin attached to a restaurant nightclub on a cliff overlooking the sea, and Pigeon Rock next to it, and Sporting Club, a new beach club just below Eden Rock, built on the rocks with a spirited cafe, numerous sunbathing areas, and a bar. Sporting, as it was known, had several inlets into which the sea flowed, and where, when the water was not too rough, one could hire a rowboat and go out toward Pigeon Rock and the cool caverns just beyond. I suggested to Eva that we do just that, the sea being wonderfully placid, the sunlight piercingly luminous, the whole scene suffused with a sense of marvelous, calming stillness. She sat on the seat facing me as I rode out of the Sporting's precincts and then diagonally back into the huge rocks whose shelter from inquisitive eyes we both seemed to want. In her one-piece bathing suit, Eva had never looked more desirable. She had smooth brown skin, perfectly rounded shoulders, elegantly shaped legs, and a face that, while not conventionally beautiful, had a lively responsiveness that I found irresistible. Beneath a craggy promontory we embraced for the first time. The embrace released all my suppressed emotion, we declared our love and, in the manner of suddenly illuminated narrators, retold the story to each other of our years of distance and unspoken longings. I was stunned by the strength of my passion. We returned to Dower that afternoon and in the evening, with the rest of the group, met at the city cinema, where sitting next to each other in the dark we whispered, passionately declaring our love for each other again and again. Outside the cinema, aware that everyone was looking at us, we said goodbye rather casually and Eva went off with Nellie. The next day I would be gone, and would not see her again for 9 months. As I got into the car with my sister Rosie I was seized with terrible stomach pain. When our doctor examined me the following day he found my stomach tender but with no other symptoms. A certificate was produced for Princeton explaining that as a result of illness I would be returning a week later. Whether love was responsible I don't know, but I certainly didn't want to be separated from Eva so soon. After dropping off Eva on my real last evening with her, I found my mother waiting up for me in the living room. The room's former bleakness was mitigated now by a few decent armchairs, Persian rugs on the floor, and landscapes of Lebanon that she had purchased from a Beirut art dealer. She claimed that she was worried about my being on Dower's deserted and poorly lit streets, and concerned that I was so late when I had to get up early the next day for my 20-hour journey to New York. There was an unexpectedly unsympathetic edge to her voice as she quizzed me about where I had been. Normally more than happy to share my comings and goings with her, I found myself responding grudgingly, monosyllabically, trying to protect both myself and Eva. My old vulnerability returned as if from another unwelcome life. "And I suppose you kissed her also?" she demanded, turning excitement at first love to guilt and discomfort. She spoke with distaste in a tone I'd noticed whenever the subject of sex or sexuality came up in conversation. Reacting angrily to her question, I said that it was none of her business while trying to ignore the nagging feeling that somehow it was. My mother's tightly coiled ambivalence was unleashed. Her love for me meant that she saw any other emotional attachment as a diminishment of her hold over me. And yet she was also highly conventional in her belief that people should marry despite her abhorrence of sex. I remained in love with Eva for 2 more years, all the while refusing in an almost childlike way to acknowledge that for her marriage was the logical outcome of our liaison. When I graduated from Princeton in 1957, at least 2 of her friends tried to persuade me to think seriously about marriage. I was to spend the next year, 1957 to 58, in Egypt before going to Harvard for graduate study. Eva lived in Alexandria with a recently widowed sister, and I went there, ostensibly on my father's business, to see her. Our physical relationship remained passionate but unconsummated because we both had the notion that once we had crossed that line we would to all intents be a married couple, and out of what I have always considered to be her profound sensitivity and love, Eva deterred me, saying that she did not want me to bear the responsibility. As our passion and our discreet meetings in Alexandria continued, my admiration for Eva's strength, her intelligence, and her physical attractiveness grew. She was not intellectual but showed a wonderful patience and interest in listening to me talk about what I was reading and discovering. Eva was my new interlocutor, replacing my mother, who had already sensed the diversion of my attention and closeness from her to this other woman. Separated by enormous distances, differences in the kinds of life we were each leading, I as a graduate student at Harvard the next year, she as her family's last unmarried daughter in Tanta or Alexandria, we saw each other less and less. My happiness diminished the more I realized how seriously Eva's life would be affected if we did not marry. Her family was making her life intolerable, only very grudgingly allowing her some months' respite in Rome, where she studied art history and Italian. On one of her trips back to Egypt, Eva told me, she had finally if rather desperately resolved to go to see my mother in Cairo and get her approval. This, Eva believed, was the only way to cure my irresolution on the question of marriage. I was away at Harvard when Eva arrived. She was cordially greeted by my mother, but from what Eva, my mother, and one of my sisters later told me, I was able to appreciate, not to say marvel at, my mother's virtuosity. Averring her love for me, Eva opened by saying that she wished to know what the objections to her might be. An understated, typically modest Eva put her case in credible and convincing terms. My mother listened patiently and, in her view, she later told me, sympathetically. Then she proceeded to respond, "Let me be perfectly honest with you. You're a wonderful person with a great deal to offer. The problem isn't you, it's Edward. You're much better than he is, he barely has a university degree, he's very uncertain about what he's going to do, and given his inclination to go in either for years of further study or simple dilly-dallying he has no way of supporting himself, much less a wife and family." Eva quickly interjected that she had more than enough money for us both, but my mother chose to ignore this point. "You're a mature, extremely accomplished woman with a very full life ahead of you. Edward is of course my son, whom I love a great deal, but I am also objective about him. I know him extremely well. He is unformed, and given his record of inattentiveness and lack of concentration I must say that I am very concerned and even worried what will become of him. I can't in good conscience advise you to put much hope in him, although naturally I think he has great potential. Why throw away your future on someone as unstable as he? Take my advice, Eva, you can do much better than that. When I reproached my mother for all this, I could scarcely sort out which of her observations had injured, relieved, or upset me the most. Tactically, my mother had taken the wind out of Eva's sails, who, having come to defend herself, found instead that she was trying to convince my mother of her own son's virtues. My mother's maddening insistence that because she loved me, she alone knew what I was, what I had been, and would always remain infuriated me. "I know my own son," she would say sanctimoniously, pinning me down with her disapproval and insistence that she knew what I would always be a disappointment in the long run. Any attempts to dislodge her sense of deterministic certitude about me was impossible. It was not so much her clemency I wanted, but for her to admit that I might have changed, and to modify her views held with such a dispiriting combination of serene confidence and unassailable cheerfulness, as if her son were fixed forever in his inventory of vices and virtues, of whom she had been the first, and certainly the most authoritative, chronicler. And at the same time I also felt a niggling and barely perceptible sense of relief that she had deflected Eva's marriage plans. My mother's unstated achievement was to have nudged me back into her orbit, to allow me to bask in her love, however peculiar and unsatisfying, and at the same time to get me to see my relationship with Eva in a new, unflattering light. Why should I assume the responsibilities of a family now, marriage being portrayed by my mother as essentially a sober, funless activity expected to endure forever, and why couldn't Eva and I maintain a relationship as friends? Hidden in my mother's warnings to Eva was an implied endorsement of irresponsible liaisons for me that did not have the awful seriousness of marriage and that would allow her relationship with me to remain predominant. A few years later in Dower, my mother handed me an item from Alarum, the Egyptian daily, announcing Eva's engagement to her cousin. It struck me that Eva had probably heard that I too was with someone else and was planning to marry her, which I did during the very week that I read about Eva's engagement. That my own first marriage was a short-lived and unhappy one only added to the depressing feeling that I was unworthy of Eva, whom I have not seen again in the nearly 40 years that have ensued. Eva and I had stopped seeing each other by the summer of 1961, when in mid-July my father had to have a small operation to remove an oozing mole just above his ankle. Over several years he had shown it to various doctors in Egypt, the United States, and Lebanon, but only Farid had cautioned him about it early on, urging him at least twice to have it excised. Loath to do anything at all, my father kept seeing other doctors, until the wound became festering and quite painful, and he went to Beirut to have it taken out at the American University Hospital. I was 25 at the time, late in my career as a Harvard graduate student. Later in the week of his little operation, my father received news from the dermatologist that the biopsy had revealed a malignant melanoma already in a state of advanced metastatic transformation. The following week Sami Abiad, a young but well-known general surgeon whose parents we knew from Dower, performed a massive excision on his leg, carving out a deep trough that was to give my father a permanent limp, as well as removing a great chunk of infiltrated lymph nodes farther up on his body. Munir Nasser was a resident in cardiology at the time, and one late afternoon, just after the local excision for biopsy and before the operation, he and I stood together next to our Dower house, to one side of the blossoming cherry tree, as he solemnly explained the nature of melanoma and the likely sequence of events. I wanted confirmation of the diagnosis, which I was duly given, but I also wanted to know from Munir whether this was going to be my father's end. I was then deep in the study of Conrad, Vico, and Heidegger, among other gloomy and severe writers who have since remained a strong presence in my intellectual work, but I found myself astonishingly vulnerable to the dire news of my father's operation, radiation treatment, and the possible complications of all this. Propelled by the same morbid curiosity that I felt had its beginnings in the long hours spent as a 10-year-old peering into the glass cases at Cairo's Agricultural Museum that showed detailed wax reproductions of disfiguring diseases like elephantiasis, bilharzia, and yaws, I finally asked Munir whether after all this my father had a chance of survival. He didn't answer. But will he die? I persisted, to which, his voice lowered and his face obscured by the quickly descending darkness, Munir answered very slowly, probably. In 1942 and 1948 I had been disquieted by but mercifully only half aware of the gravity of my father's illnesses. I had no comprehension of the facts of death, nor even of prolonged, debilitating physical illness then. During both those earlier incidents I recalled watching my father as if from a protected distance, apprehensive but detached. Now I was able in a series of imagined flashes to see his body being taken over by a dreadful, creeping invasion of malignant cells, his organs slowly devoured, his brain, eyes, ears, and throat torn asunder by this dreadful, almost miasmic, affliction. It was as if the carefully constructed supports maintaining and nourishing my life were being suddenly knocked away, leaving me standing in a very dark void. What I felt more than anything else was that my direct physical connection to my father was in danger of complete rupture, leaving me unprotected and vulnerable, despite my dislike of the demanding and hectoring presence he so often embodied. What would happen to me without him? What would replace that amalgam of confident power and indestructible will to which I had become irrevocably attached, and on which I realized I had unconsciously been drawing? Why at this moment, when it might have been possible to glimpse the potential for liberation, why did I see my father's death as so terrible, so undesired a calamity? But there is a chance that he will survive the operation and live for some time, isn't there? I nearly pleaded with Munir. After a considerable pause he said something like, I see what you mean, live past the operation for some time. Yes, of course. But melanoma is very treacherous, the worst of cancers, so the long-term prognosis has to be, he paused again, has to be poor. I quickly turned away from him and slowly mounted the stairs to our dark, deserted house, hoping that someone would soon turn up to alleviate my solitary despondency. Later I realized that the cancer invasion was the first irreversible intervention in what I had thought, despite the hard time I had had in its midst, was my family's inviolable privacy. My 3 older sisters responded similarly. It's the creeping horror of the disease, Rosie once said to me with great anguish. On hearing, when she arrived at the airport, that our father's life was in danger, Joyce collapsed in a fit of shattering anxiety. Jean was the only one of us who seemed able to steel herself. During our father's 3 months in hospital she stayed constantly by his side, showing an extraordinary strength, which I simply did not have. His subsequent operation for the removal of lymph nodes and the rest of the melanoma was overshadowed in drama and suffering by what happened afterward. My father recovered from the operation slowly enough, and for a week seemed a little stronger each day. The bellwether of his progress was a cheery little barber who would show up at around 10 each morning. If my father was doing well he would allow himself to be shaved, if not, the barber would bounce away without a word. As is the custom in the Arab world, when someone is in hospital members of the family are there from morning till night. The constant stream of visitors would come to show solidarity with the family, rarely to visit the patient, in return for which they would get a chocolate or biscuits. We were living in Dour but would arrive at the hospital in Beirut at about 9 every morning and stay till evening. Because his condition was so grave, my father required 24-hour nursing care, all of it delivered by elderly Armenian spinsters, one of whom, Miss Aravian, became a close family friend until my father's death 10 years later. During the summer of 1961 he seemed to have died about half a dozen times. On those occasions we would leave him at about 8 at night and be awakened in Dour by a phone call at 3 the next morning, "Come immediately," a voice would say, "he's very near the end." We would bundle ourselves in a taxi and arrive at the hospital near dawn to find him in shock or in a coma. He seemed to have attracted every complication imaginable. First it was a murderous urinary tract infection, then he would miraculously recover, only to fall to a massive stomach hemorrhage. Then 2 days later he'd be sitting up being shaved by the little barber, and chatting away. On these occasions an enormous sense of freedom would allow me to go off to the beach, or even a movie, before saying good night to him and returning to Dour. 2 days later, another 4 o'clock phone call, and this time when I arrived I'd hear a doctor say that for 4 minutes my father had been clinically dead, his heart had simply stopped beating. A young intern, Alex Zacharia, happened to be near his room, rushed in, and quickly revived him, but the damage to his system had been grave. For a week he lingered between extinction and a restless, half-conscious state. 2 days more of this and once again he'd be being shaved as if nothing had happened. His autocratic manner returned. "You must go to that lunch given by Wadia Makdisi," he said sharply to me one day. "You'll be my representative," he added by way of justification. I didn't go, and having found out about my absence from my mother, he cold-shouldered me for a day from his bed. For at least 2 weeks he kept returning to the subject, dwelling on my infraction as if I had misbehaved or defied him, me a 25-year-old child, he a stern parent. He had developed an insistent way of coming back repeatedly to a subject, reiterating exactly the same questions and comments, until, a mysterious limit having been reached, he stopped as if satisfied that he, or the situation, had persisted as long as was necessary. "Khalas, that's it, it's over," he would say, convinced that he had taken care of the problem to his satisfaction. Later during his illness, when one of my sisters developed symptoms of acute psychological depression, he kept asking, "But why does she do this? Haven't we been good parents to her?" He would rephrase such questions over and over for 5 years as she went through one crisis after another, one institution after another, with little improvement. My father's chronic and by now legendary difficulty with unfamiliar words, Theta Beta for Phi Beta Kappa, Rutgers for Rutgers, etc., foundered spectacularly on the word psychiatrist, which emerged as psy or pss or chiatrist or something trist, but his questions suddenly stopped when he considered her case settled and she seemed to be better. "Khalas," he said to me, "Irtana, we were able to rest." The complications of his illness continued through August. More stomach problems, more urinary tract infections, more consternation on the floor, more post-midnight calls, more shock, more hanging on by our collective fingernails. A date with my draft board for a physical examination had been postponed 3 times since the Berlin Wall crisis of 1960, and they now became unexpectedly obdurate, granting me no more extensions. So I dutifully prepared to leave at the end of August. Miraculously, my father seemed clear of most of his problems, though still weak from his ordeals of the past 8 weeks. I remember returning to Dower on the evening before my very early morning departure, packing my bags, collecting a few items of dried fruit and nuts from the town, and going to bed at around 11, after an evening spent with the Nassers. Dr. Faiz, the colonel, was there, and when I said something about being assured enough of my father's stable condition to travel, he said touchingly, with a tremor in his very halting voice, when he was all alone, in shock, "Last week, I went into his room for a moment, prostrate myself on the floor like this." He lifted his arms very slowly above his head and then brought them down slowly, praying to the Almighty to save Wadi. "I think my prayers were answered," he concluded, sinking back into the glacial silence of his last years. At 3 on the morning of my departure, having once again been woken by a call summoning us to the hospital, we rushed to Beirut. I remember standing in front of my open suitcase, stupefied and exhausted by the ups and downs of my father's illness, unable to do more than stare at the bag on the floor, uncertain whether to leave or stay. Leela, Munir Nasser's wife and a trained nurse, came to my rescue, prodding me into finishing my preparations for travel, helping me load my books and suitcase into the car, urging me to stop by the hospital only as a brief interim visit on my way to the airport. It was an exceptionally brilliant, cool night, the sky ablaze with thousands of distant pinpricks of light, the dark Dower setting indifferent to our problems and quandaries. We all experienced a sort of anesthetized silence. There seemed no end to this appalling series of crises assaulting us and rendering us impotent except to rush to and from the hospital, in whose dreaded Taplin unit, named for the Trans-Arabia Pipeline Company that had endowed and air-conditioned that small number of rooms, my father fought, succumbed for a time, then fought back again. He was semi-comatose and did not recognize me when I entered. Several of his doctors he had become a celebrated case for the sheer, bewildering number of his rarely encountered complications had been by to see him. Your father will certainly make the literature, one of them told me with esteem. Numbly I left for the airport. My only contribution to the slough of busy despond was to convince my mother to summon a distinguished British surgeon, Sir Rodney Maingott, from London for emergency consultation. There was some resistance to the idea from a couple of the more hubristic local physicians. He'll come in a couple of days, your father as usual would have recovered, and once again the white man will be credited over the native, but my mother and I were unyielding. Later that morning, while I was flying over Europe, Maingott agreed to fly out. His fee was a flat 1,000 guineas in cash plus all expenses. Just as had been expected, by the time he got to Beirut 36 hours later, my father had already recovered, and the great physician enjoyed a sunny weekend basking in the luxury of the fabled Hotel St. George's. From Cambridge I followed my father's almost total healing with an increasing fear that I too was infected with malignancies and that I too would suffer as he had. Various dermal excrescences and lumps were self-diagnosed symptoms that the Harvard Health Service doctors routinely dismissed with marked exasperation. The overpowering depth of the link I felt to my father mystified me. Weakened, his limbs, especially his legs, extremely thin, his face somewhat shrunken, his balance quite shaky, my father decided that having battled through traumas he was not expected to survive, he would return to smoking cigarettes, cigars, and pipes, play even more bridge, and enjoy luxurious travel. I was eager for him to be well again so that we could return to the familiar terrain of dominance and subterranean resistance where Edward would be hectored and bullied, while my other diffuse and generally hidden self bided its time and sought avenues of its own over which my father's commanding presence could cast no great shadow. Yet I also knew that, however unpleasant, his force and sheer presence had provided me with an internalized framework in a world of volatile change and turbulent upheaval, and that I could no longer rely directly on him for that sort of support. The gravity of his illness acted as an early announcement of my father's and my own mortality and at the same time signaled to me that the Middle Eastern domain he had carved out for us as a home, a shelter, an abode of sorts, with its main points tied to Cairo, Dour, and Palestine, was similarly threatened with discontinuity and evanescence. 20 years after his death, when I found myself in the course of a psychoanalytic session concentrating on my complaints about my father's attitude toward me, I experienced a kind of epiphany. I found myself shedding tears of sorrow and regret for both of us, and for the years of smoldering conflict in which his domineering truculence and inability to articulate any feeling at all combined with my self-pity and defensiveness kept us so far apart. I was overcome with emotion because I could suddenly see how all those years he had struggled to express himself in a way that both by temperament and background he was not equipped to do. Perhaps, for Oedipal reasons, I had blocked him, and perhaps my mother with her skill at manipulating ambivalence had undermined him. But whether this was true or not, the gap between my father and me was sealed with a long-standing silence, and it was this in my therapist's office that I confronted with tears, allowing me a redemptive view of him for all his awkwardness and the rough but perceptible care that he had shown his only son. My father's long decline over the last 10 years of his life marked the end of a period in our Lebanese experience as the seismic shifts rocking the Middle East began to register on our microcosm in Dour, irrevocably altering the world we lived in. During the early period of the Egyptian Revolution, July 1952, we were still resident in Cairo, but except for my father, who bided his time, we were all infected with the spirit and rhetoric of what Gamal Abdel Nasser said he was doing for his people. My mother especially became an ardent supporter of his nationalism, yet it was in Dour, amid the humdrumly conventional visits she courted and paid, that she gave vent to her enthusiasm, with a flamboyance and fervor that alarmed her listeners. Unbeknownst to us, the political alignments in Lebanon, sectarian, Byzantine, and often invisible, were beginning to respond to Nasser's stature as Arab superperson, and although we did not realize it, to our little Christian circle in Dour, he began to seem like an emanation from not Cairo but Mecca, a pan-Islamist with evil designs not only on Israeli Jews but on Christian Lebanese. In the summer of 1958 a small civil war erupted in Lebanon between partisans of Camille Kamaoun, the incumbent Maronite president, who wished, unconstitutionally, to renew his term, and those of the largely Muslim Arabist parties, who quickly gathered the extremely strident support of Cairo's Voice of the Arabs radio station. That was the only summer after 1943 that we did not go to Dour as usual. The hills just before the town were full of American troops sent there by John Foster Dulles to bolster the pro-Western forces of Kamaoun's supporters, whose opponents, it was alleged in the overwrought rhetoric of the day, were reported to be Moscow's Marxist-Leninist agents. During prior summers my parents and I had easily determined that despite blood ties with our Lebanese relatives, the Badgers, we felt neither the Muslim-Christian animosities that haunted them, nor the Arab versus Lebanese conflict that made them so defensive. In addition, and to make the issues even more convoluted, there was the, to them, abrasive fact that we too were Christian, but our pan-Arabism and absence of prejudice constituted at least disloyalty if not betrayal. In this unstable and often uncomfortable set of currents my mother soon acquired the status of a true, believing Nazarite, a mirror image of her no less doctrinaire cousins and friends in the ultra-right Christian factions. She would occasionally irritate even me with her often preachy disquisitions on Nasser's socialist pan-Arabism, and to make matters worse I saw one of her cousins in an unguarded moment giving her a look of dismissive contempt. I think that for her it was partly social, this carrying on a heated conversation while insulated from politics in a life of ease, but her stance also revealed a fairness of mind and an ability to think beyond our minority interests. We don't count for very much, she would always say. It's the porter, the driver, the worker for whom Nasser's reforms have changed their lives and given them dignity. It took courage to go against her upbringing and family. After 1958 Dour felt even more alien, our friends less secure, the fault lines clearer, and our strangeness more evident. By 1962 and partly because of my father's slow recovery my parents and sisters had taken a furnished flat in Beirut, leaving Cairo to recede along with the slowly disappearing world of our childhood. The polarizing, charismatic figure of Charles Malik also emerged during this period. He was not just the former ambassador to the United States from Lebanon, nor just the husband of my mother's first cousin Eva, but also foreign minister under Kamaoun, a position that involved him directly in the decision to call on Dulles for U.S. troops for the country. Not very big in size, he conveyed an impression of extraordinary gravity and massiveness that he exploited during his years as teacher, diplomat, and politician. He had a booming voice, an unmistakable confidence, an assertive bearing, and an extraordinarily overpowering personality, which I found attractive initially but later increasingly saw as troubling. By the 1970s he had turned himself with the support of my mother's, and his wife's, Dour relatives and friends into the symbol and the outspoken intellectual figurehead of everything most prejudicial, conflicted, and incompatible with the Arab and largely Islamic Middle East. He began his public career during the late 1940s as an Arab spokesman for Palestine at the UN, but concluded it as the anti-Palestinian architect of the Christian alliance with Israel during the Lebanese Civil War. Looking back at Malik's intellectual and political trajectory, with all that it involved for me as his youthful admirer and companion, relative, and frequenter of the same circles, I see it as the great negative intellectual lesson of my life, an example which for the last 3 decades I have found myself grappling with, living through, analyzing, over and over and over with regret, mystification, and bottomless disappointment. I first became aware of Malik in wartime Cairo where his widowed mother lived. He was then a professor of philosophy at the American University of Beirut, and was married to Eva, my mother's cousin. He was quite attached to my parents. My father, Malik once told me, gave him his first typewriter. Eva, who had spent her vacations in Nazareth at my mother's house, was an affectionate, handsome woman of considerable personality with whom I quickly made a close friendship, despite the great disparity in our ages. There was something ingenuous and rough-hewn about the couple then, he with his strong North Lebanese village, Kara, accent affixed to a sonorously European English redolent of his rich and for me transfixing educational experience. A student of Heidegger's at Fribourg and Whitehead's at Harvard during the 30s, Malik had already acquired the sobriquet the Divine Charles, as much for his brilliance as for his religious penchant. Greek Orthodox by birth, he was Roman Catholic, and by association Maronite, by predilection, Eva, the granddaughter of a staunchly Protestant pastor, converted to Catholicism during her marriage to Charles, as did her younger sister Lily, my mother's closest friend among her relatives. After becoming Lebanon's UN ambassador at Lake Success, Malik assumed the additional role of Lebanese minister plenipotentiary in Washington, and later ambassador. When Eva's father, Habib, and some of his children started summering in Dower, the Maliks also found a house there and came for a few weeks from Washington. I was very attracted to their presence. In the unforgiving sparseness of Dower, their home, Charles's conversation, and my aunt's evident liking for me further provoked my thirst for ideas, for the great issues of faith, morality, and human destiny, and for a whole gamut of authors. During the summer of 1930-something, Malik once said to me, I used to sit by the banks of the Nile and I read through all of Hardy and Meredith. But I also read Aristotle's Metaphysics and Aquinas' Summa. No one else I knew then spoke of such things. When I was 12 I remember finding Malik sitting on his veranda overlooking the misty Schwer Valley with a large tome in his hands. John of Chrysostom, he said, holding the book up for inspection, a marvelous, subtle thinker, not unlike Duns Scotus. It was at about that time that I felt the curiously teasing quality of his remarks on books and ideas. He had a tendency, then welcomed by me, to drop names and titles, which I would later ferret out and go into, but also to resort to one-liners, rankings, and reductive questions. Kierkegaard was very great, but did he really believe in God? Dostoevsky was a great novelist because he was a great Christian. To understand Freud you must visit the 42nd Street pornography shops. Princeton is a country club where Harvard sophomores spend their weekends. Perhaps he felt I was too callow, too unprepared for the bracing arguments he had alluded to in dealing with Heidegger and Whitehead at their universities, but I also sensed some condescension mixed in with the teacher's vocation to guide and instruct. During the early Nasser years Malik encouraged me to tell him about my enthusiasm for the popular leader's reforms. He listened to everything I had to say, and then he said deflatingly, "What you've said is interesting. Egypt's per capita income is now $80 per annum, Lebanon's is $900. If all the reforms work, if every resource is marshaled, then Egypt's per capita will be doubled. That's all." From Uncle Charles, as we all called him, I learned the attractions of dogma, of the search for unquestioning truth, of irrefutable authority. From him I also learned about the clash of civilizations, the war between East and West, communism and freedom, Christianity and all the other, lesser religions. In addition to telling us about it in Dower, he played a central role in formulating all this for the world stage. Along with Eleanor Roosevelt he worked on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Names like Gromyko, Dulles, Tregevly, Rockefeller, and Eisenhower were the common currency of his conversation, but so too were Kant, Fichte, Russell, Plotinus, and Jesus Christ. He had a dazzling command of languages. English, Arabic, German, Greek, and French were all excellent working instruments, though of the first three he had a mastery that was positively remarkable. With his huge shock of black hair, piercing eyes, aquiline nose, substantial width, and great hiking feet he commanded the room without a trace of hesitation or crippling self-consciousness. During the 40s and early 50s Malik's comforting moral certainty and granitic power, his inextinguishable faith in the eternal, gave us hope and reminded me of Gorky's remark that he slept better knowing that Tolstoy was alive in the same world. Malik rose and rose in the public world of nations, but he and Eva always returned to Dower. The village was like the Heimat, homeland, of which Heidegger spoke, but for Malik the place also embodied an earthy Lebanese simplicity. He always retained what seemed to be an enduring admiration and affection for my father, No one I've ever known, he once told me with a certain amount of amazement and condescension, no one is so purely a businessman as he. He has the business instinct to an astonishing degree. I later thought that he had meant to suggest that my father was really an excellent businessman but wasn't much else. Perhaps I got it wrong. I enjoyed, however, a memorable exchange between Charles and my father on our dower balcony one scintillatingly bright night. How can they, presumably scientists, determine the distance of those stars from Earth? My father wondered out loud. Charles, do you know? Oh, the philosopher said, it's quite easily done. You take a fixed point on Earth, deduce the angle, then calculate the distance, was the prompt, somewhat off-putting reply. Child's play. My father was not satisfied. His phenomenal gifts for calculation, or at least the principles behind the calculations, stirred into excited demurral. No, no, I meant exactly. Which angle? Where? Surely there must be more to it. Everyone else present quieted down. It seemed like an unaccustomed challenge to authority that my father had launched. I saw confusion on Malik's face, and an unattractive impatience, as if he were trying to gather what the little businessman was all about. But clearly he couldn't produce the answer that my father's genuinely puzzled interest had provoked. Bluster was no good. Better to change the subject to Berdaev. On the morning of my father's funeral 15 years later, he came to our Beirut house to pay his respects but not to attend the actual service. I have a very important lunch with the papal nuncio, he said to me by way of explanation. But it was his spiritual force, which had once moved people to conversion, that as he became more political deviated into prejudice and resentment against those who could neither accept the idea, it could only be an idea, since Lebanon was multi-confessional, of a Christian Lebanon, nor of Lebanon as an Arab country entirely within the American camp. He must have been a superb teacher and lecturer in his early days at the university. Lily, his sister-in-law, once told me how after he returned from Harvard to Beirut he single-handedly elevated the discourse into discussions of truth, the ideal, beauty, and the good. One of his students in the 40s was my first cousin George, who, destined at first for a business career, a full decade later quit everything to convert to Catholicism and moved to Fribourg, Switzerland, with a few like-minded Malik disciples, there to found a colony of devout men and women who would ready themselves to return to the Muslim world in order to convert people to Christ. All of these people, who remain in Switzerland to this day, their grandiose mission sadly unfilled, are testimony to the depth of Malik's influence as an intellectual whose goals were, in the Bible's sense, not of this world. And I, too, felt that influence, not only in the perspectives and ideas he introduced me to but in the dignity of the kind of moral philosophical inquiry he had engaged in, which was so lacking either in my formal education or in my environment. Malik's informal quasi-familial presence in Dower made me realize that I had never before had a teacher of intellectual distinction. When did that invigoration end, to be replaced instead by an antithetical force so exactly the opposite of what had once been openness, courage, originality of thought? I have sometimes speculated that Dower, with its insidious but ultimately false embodiment of bucolic authenticity, had corrupted us all into believing that its unfertile sparseness, police simplicity of life, enforced Christian unanimity, played some role in its own and Malik's later political extremism. But at the same time I think the sleepy withdrawal from the world that it promised for the summer months was also a negation of its own Arab context. Well past the colonial period, we collectively thought of ourselves as being able to lead an ersatz life, modeled on European summer resorts, oblivious to what was going on around us. My parents tried to reproduce our Cairo cocoon in the Lebanese mountains. Who could blame them for that, given our peculiarly fractured status as Palestinian Arab Christian American shards disassembled by history, only partially held together by my father's business successes, which allowed us a semi-fantastic, comfortable, but vulnerable marginality. And when the disturbances of post-monarchical Egypt led the country to fall in pieces about us, we carried their effects wherever we went, including Dower. There Malik represented our first symbol of resistance, the refusal of Christian Lebanon to go along with Arab nationalism, the decision to join the Cold War on the United States' side, to fight and turn intransigent rather than to enthuse about and accommodate Nasser's rousing exhortations. I all too uncomfortably remember the shock of the total Arab defeat of 1967, and how in late December of that fateful year I drove up to Uncle Charles and Aunt Eva's imposingly large, monolithic house in Rubiyi, a hillside suburb northeast of Beirut. In this house they had finally been able to deposit the books, furniture, and papers accumulated during years spent in rented houses, embassies, and temporary quarters, including their various dour residences. Fresh snow lay on the road, the sky was dark, the wind sharp, and the whole atmosphere glowering and inhospitable. I was not too sure what my errand was, except in some vague way to ask Charles to come out, so to speak, and help guide the Arabs out of their incredible defeat. A stupid idea perhaps, but at the time it seemed plausibly worth pursuing. What I was not prepared for was his uncharacteristically passive answer, that this was not his time, that he did not feel he had a role to play anymore, and that a new situation would have to arrive for him to re-enter politics. I was stunned by this, astonished that what I had assumed was a common need to resist and rebuild was not shared by a man whose views and commitments I still had faith in. During the Lebanese Civil War, Malik became an intellectual leader of the Christian right, and long after his death in 1988 I still feel profound regret at the ideological gulf that came to separate us, and at the enormous, complicated maelstrom of Arab politics that ultimately divided us, leaving us both with very little positive history and experience to show for it. It is difficult now not to read back into our dour years elements of the wasteful desolation of the Lebanese Civil War, which began in 1975 and officially ended about 17 years later. Insulated from the depth of the antithetical communal and political currents that had riven Lebanon for decades, we lived a pseudo-idyllic life that teetered on the edge of a very deep precipice. Stranger yet was the sense my father had that Dour was a refuge from the growing travails of business life in Nasser's Egypt. In early 1971 when he was near death he told us that he wished to be buried in Dour, but that was never possible, since no resident was willing to sell us land for a little plot on which to grant his wish. Even after his years of devotion to it, his many material contributions to its communal life, his love for its people and locale, he was still considered too much of a stranger in death to be allowed in. The idealized pastoral existence we thought we were enjoying had no real status in the town's collective memory. One of the enduring images of that eerily out-of-touch life we passed through for those 27 years was of Emil Nasser sitting alone at night, writing at a table in the middle of his deserted living room. No matter how late his bridge game, no matter how many guests they had had for dinner, he indefatigably brought out his large, leather-covered notebooks and a stack of newspapers and proceeded to write. What he wrote exactly we did not know until my father once asked him directly whether he was writing his memoirs. In a way, yes. What I do is to copy out passages from the day's journalism, and thus keep a record of what happened, replied Mr. Nasser. But you add comments too, don't you? My father rejoined. Absolutely not. Just a faithful record of what happened. With a slight note of exasperation inflecting his voice, ever the efficient manager, my father said, but why don't you just cut out the articles and paste them in your notebooks, instead of going through all that trouble? Nasser seemed momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly responded by saying that he was doing all that work for his son's sake, so they would have a lasting record of the times by him after his death. Not to be deterred, my father turned to Alfred, the middle boy, reclining on a nearby sofa. Are you going to read these books after your father's death? To which, without the slightest hesitation, Alfred responded, no. No chance. I have retained this curious scene in my memory for all these years as a symbol of the triviality and impermanence of what so many of us lived out in Dour, the unrepaid, unrequited attempt to belong to and somehow retain a place that in the end was set on its own course as part of a country more volatile, more fragmented, more bitterly divided than any of us suspected. We were out-of-touch strangers to the contests and feuds that gave Dower its peculiar identity. Our house is still there, uninhabited, dotted with bullet scars and gaping holes in the walls where mortars and Katyusha rockets entered. In 1997, 27 years after our last summer there, I went to Dower to see what was left. Still a Syrian army stronghold with soldiers and officers billeted there, it is one of the few popular summer places that has not been rebuilt and filled with new residents flocking there after the civil war to escape Beirut's noisy, frantic, and unzoned building boom. Most of Dower's houses from our time are still in ruins, the cafes and shops mostly closed or shrunk in size. My sister Jean and her husband and sons have bought and refurbished a house in Schweer, next door to where, 43 years ago, I had my geography tutorials with Aziz Nasr. Their garden and carefully planned interiors with every modern convenience have nothing in common with the rough barrenness of our accommodation years ago. As I lay down for a brief rest in the afternoon, that juxtaposition filled me with melancholic recollections of the summer's final days as we readied ourselves for the return trip to Cairo, with Dower's sunny harshness yielding to the cooling mists of approaching autumn. I remembered the end-of-season days with considerable pleasure. Most of the other summer residents had packed and got out before us, the town's shopkeepers dressed in their shabby suit jackets, slowed down by a reduced clientele and the need, I suppose, to calculate their profits and plan for the next years. A routine subject of conversation around the Saha was whether it had been a good season. I once overheard Mr. Afish, the large lethargic pharmacist, and Boufaris, the man who ran the bicycle rental service, discussing the past summer rather mournfully in terms of the number of houses that went unrented. God willing, it'll be more crowded next year, they said simultaneously to each other. Only Farfar of the taxi battalion remained in the Saha through September, his battered Ford and raucous voice filling the still air with their lively cacophonous sound. His colleagues had left Dower to ply their trade on Beirut's streets. And on the final day at dawn, our bags packed, the breakfast things put away for the last time, we stood in the cold morning air as the drivers loaded the two oversized taxis and we coasted languidly to Beirut, and from there to Jerusalem and Cairo. After 1948 it was airplanes from Beirut. 11. When I arrived in Cairo after graduation, I soon saw that my memory of it during my exile in the United States as a place of stability was no longer accurate. There was a new uncertainty, the placid paradise for foreigners was beginning to lose its durability. In a few months Gamal Abdel Nasser was to replace General Mohammed Nahib as head of the government, and what had been our environment became theirs, they being Egyptians to whom politically we had paid less attention than to our inert stage set. I recognized this in the poetry of Cavafy some years later. The same indifference, the world taken for granted as privileged foreigners like us pursued our concerns and worried about our businesses without much consideration for the vast majority of the population. Ironically, during the 50s, separated from his nephews and former partners, who had gone into a variety of businesses, from building washing machines to exporting casings for sausages to dressmaking, my father's fortune soared and his influence as a businessman grew. In 1955–56 he opened an ill-fated branch in Beirut, which he kept pouring money into without any return at all. During the school and college summer holidays I was increasingly drawn into our Egyptian business, pressed into service as his deputy during the afternoons, without specific duties or responsibilities. It was his way of inviting me in, then shutting the door in my face by showing me that there was no functional place for me. Putting me in a similar double bind, he and my mother kept insisting that as the man of the family I was responsible for my sisters, even though my 4 siblings were my equals in every respect. They gave me the duty without the privilege. On the contrary, I felt that my sisters were shown far greater consideration and I neither accepted the burden of responsibility nor agreed with it in principle. I felt that my father often favored my sisters over me as an act of chivalry, somehow of a piece with his amazing reconciliation with his nephews and sister after their protracted hostility toward him. Once on their own, they returned to being my father's nephews in earnest, so much so that one of them later told me how remorseful he felt about what he had said to and done against my father during their business feud. When I was a Princeton sophomore and my oldest sister came to attend college in the United States, I felt the difficulty of communicating and of relating to her acutely. But by then I had already realized that both my family and what used to be my native environments in Cairo and Lebanon were no longer available to me. My years in the United States were slowly weaning me away from Cairo habits of thought, behavior, speech, and relationships. My accent and dress were slowly altering, my terms of reference in school and, later, college were different, my speaking and thinking were undergoing a radical change that took me far beyond the comfortable certainties of Cairo life. I regarded my sister's existence at the English school, for example, as utterly remote and alien. After Mount Hermon I moved to Princeton in the autumn of 1953 entirely on my own. I was much more independent and resourceful than I had been only 2 years earlier and was surprised to find that I managed in a short time an unfamiliar place to purchase furniture, books, and clothes, and to install myself with 3 ill-assorted roommates in a shared room, which I deserted for a single one at Christmas. My first quintessential Princeton experience occurred on my second day there, when, while looking for the dining room in Holder, a sophomore redoubt, I was waylaid by a large, slightly tipsy young man in an orange and black polo shirt, pink Bermuda shorts, straw hat, and blue tennis shoes carrying an immense moose head. "Hey," he said to me in very exuberant tones, "I really hate to part with Sam here, but he'll look magnificent in your room." I said something about it not fitting with its great head of horns. It was the size of a Volkswagen, but he persisted. "You give me only $20 for Sam and I'll get him into your room, even if I have to use a crane to pull him through your window." I finally managed to convince him that Sam and I couldn't live together, but it was my first encounter with a Princeton humor barely distinguishable from that of boarding school, except for the admixture at Princeton of beer and secular learning. Otherwise, the two institutions resembled each other. Princeton in the 50s was entirely male. Cars were forbidden, as were women, except for Saturdays until 6 p.m., the great collective achievement of my class during its years there, 1953 to 57, was that sex after 7 on Saturdays was allowed as a result of student agitation. To see or date girls they either had to be invited down for weekends from places like Smith and Vassar, or one went to those places in hopes of finding a date that way. I was woefully unsuccessful at this for my first 2 years, during which my summer romance with Eva made up for what Princeton didn't give me. I could neither persuade a girl to come down, nor make the requisite trip with even the slenderest possibility of meeting someone. The student population around me was largely homogeneous. There wasn't a single black, and most of the foreign students were graduate students, among them a handful of Arabs whom I occasionally spent time with. My classmates either were or tried to be cut from the same cloth. As at Mount Hermon, nearly everyone wore the same clothes, white bucks, chinos, button-down shirts, and tweed jackets, talked in much the same way, and did the same things socially. We were all trapped in a hideous eating club system, so that after sophomore year we all had to become club members through an appalling system called Bicker or, in effect, we would perish. Socially, Bicker meant that for 2 weeks in the February of your second year you were shut up in your room for entire evenings awaiting delegations from each of the clubs. Gradually their number decreased as more and more candidates were weeded out, Jews, non-prep schoolboys, badly dressed people, whereas in the case of athletes, jocks, St. Paul's and Exeter graduates, or the children of famous parents, Batista, Firestone, DuPont, the visits of the now importuning clubs intensified. There was a hierarchy among the 17 functioning clubs, a Big Five, Ivy, Cottage, Cannon, Cap and Gown, Colonial, a middle group, Quadrangle, Tower, Campus, Dial, Elm, etc., and finally a bottom group stocked essentially with members who today would be called nerds and outcasts but were in fact largely Jewish. Terrible things happened during Bicker, all of them condoned and even encouraged by the administration. In 1955, my Bicker year, for example, the club presidents and the men who ran the university decided that every sophomore, no matter how socially unacceptable, would get a bid. Inevitably a group of 20 to 30 would be left unchosen at the end, and public meetings would be held apportioning the 100%ers the students no one wanted, most of them Jews, among the various magnanimous heads of the clubs. The whole grotesque exercise was reported in juicy detail in the student newspaper. Equally gruesome was the sight of those students who knew that by virtue of race, background, or manner, they could not make the club of their choice as they set out to transform themselves into wasp paragons, usually with pathetic results. This was symbolized by the junior and senior vogue for blue button-down shirts with frayed collars. I remember watching in astonishment as two classmates in an adjoining suite applied sandpaper to a pair of new blue button-down shirts, trying in a matter of minutes to produce the effect of the worn-out aristocratic shirt that might get them into a better club. I was surprised how obligingly our teachers took the fact that for those 2 bicker weeks no one did any reading. But I could see from the first knock on the door that I was a puzzling anomaly to the wandering delegates, since the prep school I went to was hardly fashionable, my dress and accent barely traceable to any known source, and my name totally unplaceable to most of Princeton's sophisticated upperclassmen from Darien and Shaker Heights. Because my parents had by chance befriended an elderly retired couple from Boca Raton and St. Croix over dinner and bridge on the Andrea Doria, the gentleman, an alumnus of Cap and Gown, got a delegation from that club to visit me a few times, but we were clearly not meant for each other. My then roommate, a gifted but, alas, socially undeveloped musician, drove nearly all the committees off, though 3 of the middle-level clubs kept coming back to see me. They would encircle me at one end of our tiny living room and leave him sitting sadly alone at the other end. Finally, on the night when the entire class descended on Prospect Street to go to the clubs to pick up their bids, I was given 3 bids, my poor roommate none. Then one of the clubs, through its spokesman, a fat young man who was also a champion golfer, offered to strike an unappealing bargain with me, join here and, as an extra inducement, he said, we'll take your roommate too. As I was about to reject this offer and walk out of the place, I heard a heart-rending wail, "Oh Ed, please don't leave me. Please accept. What'll happen to me?" And so I accepted membership, but I never enjoyed the club. I felt alienated and wronged by a publicly sanctioned university ritual that humiliated people in this way. From that moment on, Princeton ceased to matter to me except as a place of study. I have lectured there several times, but a new faculty, the de-emphasis of the wretched clubs, and of course the presence of women and minorities have transformed it from the provincial, small-minded college I attended between 1953 and 1957 into a genuine university. Apart from the company of a few unusually brilliant and gifted fellow students, like the composer John Eaton, Arthur Gold, Bob Miles, and a few others, my immersion in reading and writing was the only antidote to Princeton's poisonous social atmosphere. I became a major not in literature but in the humanities, an honors program that allowed me to take as many courses in music, philosophy, and French as in English. All were systematically chronological, crammed with information, tremendously exciting to me, so far as the reading was concerned. There were 2 professors of distinction there, only one of whom I actually knew and studied with, who have made a lasting impression on me. One was R.P. Blackmore, the literary critic and, despite the fact that he didn't have a doctorate or even a high school diploma, English professor, a lonely, difficult-to-follow writer and lecturer, whose sheer genius in uncovering layer after layer of meaning in modern poetry and fiction, despite his gnarled and frequently incomprehensible language, I found utterly challenging. His example for me opened the secret delight of interpretation as something more than paraphrase or explanation. I never took a course with him or met him, but apart from reading him avidly, I intermittently used to go to his lectures on poetics and modern fiction. He was one of the 2 readers of my senior thesis on André Gide and Graham Greene, A Tortured Affair, alas, who in his written comments praised my great powers of analysis. He died in 1965. The other figure of distinction was, and indeed still is, Professor of Philosophy Arthur Sithmary, a.s.p. Aritelli, energetic little figure who was everyone's gadfly, whether student, colleague, or great writer. For a number of disaffected outsiders, Sithmary came to represent, and even embody, the intellectual life. He was intensely skeptical, asked irreverent questions, and generally made one feel that the accurate articulation of objections and flaws were activities of the highest order. There was nothing of the Princeton Tweedy ethos about him or anything that suggested careerism and worldly success. No one could place his vaguely European accent. Later he admitted to us that he was a Massachusetts boy who had never left the country, although during the war he had been an interrogator of Japanese prisoners of war. His brother was the writer and comedian Bill Dana, whose celebrated TV character was Jose Jimenez. My humanities courses were unreflectingly historical in organization, taught by men of the utmost competence and philological rigor. My readings in the history of music, of literature, and of philosophy formed the foundation of everything I have done as a scholar and teacher. The sedate comprehensiveness of the Princeton curriculum gave me the opportunity to let my mind investigate whole fields of learning, with at that time a minimum of self-consciousness. Only when that learning came into contact with the energizing criticism of Sithmary or the visionary empowerment of Blackmore did I find myself digging deeper, beyond the level of formal academic accomplishment, and beginning somehow to fashion for myself a coherent and independent attitude of mind. I was conscious during the first few weeks of my second year of further developing an early fascination with complexity and unpredictability especially, and lastingly, in the multiple complexities and ambiguities of writing and speech. Paradoxically, this was stimulated by some of the more conventional professors in approach and temperament, including Coindrea in French, or Oates in classics, and Thompson, Landa, Bentley, Johnson, in English. In music, I forced myself through the obstacle course of harmony and counterpoint, then on to rigorously historical and positivistic seminars on Beethoven and Wagner in particular, where Elliot Forbes and Ed Cohn were models of musicianly and scholarly pedagogy. I was very aware of myself as intellectually underdone, especially in comparison to someone like Arthur Gold, the most brilliant student in my class, who possessed a superb talent for reading as well as writing literature. To survive as he did intellectually, and to a lesser extent as I did, in the Princeton atmosphere of those days was almost miraculous. We both contemplated transferring to Harvard in our junior year, and were both at odds with the casual, pipe-smoking, tweedy anti-intellectualism of many teachers and students alike. During my last 2 years at Princeton, hating my club where one had to go for meals, since no other facility except expensive restaurants existed, and feeling no connection with the weekend social life of house parties, raccoonskin coats, and endless drinking, I became quite isolated, though exhilarated intellectually. Princeton had set in motion a series of deep currents, most of which were in conflict with each other, pulling me in different, radically irreconcilable directions. I could not give up the idea of returning to Cairo, nor of taking over my father's business, yet I wanted to be a scholar and academic. I was going more and more seriously into music, even to the point of doing nothing else despite my years of unsatisfactory piano lessons. Princeton in the 50s was unpolitical, self-satisfied, and oblivious. There was no collective Princeton in any political sense aside from football games, rallies, and parties. The closest thing to it was when my classmate Ralph Schoenman, later Bertrand Russell's secretary and spokesman, organized a campus visit for Alger Hiss, that brought out a crowd of curious undergraduates and some picketing protesters. Until the Suez invasion in the fall of 1956, like the Cairo fire, an event I experienced at a distance with great emotional stress since my family was there, whatever politics came up was restricted to my conversations with Arab graduate student friends. Ibrahim Abu Lughad, a recent Palestinian refugee, then a doctoral candidate in Oriental, i.e., Middle Eastern, studies at Princeton, principal among them. And yet, except for these private exchanges, my growing concern with what was taking place in Nasser's Egypt had no outlet at all. During the Suez Crisis, however, I discovered what for 2 years I hadn't known, that one of my roommates, Tom Ferrer, who has remained a friend, was Jewish but gave no support for Israel or what Israel was doing. I remember a rather heated conversation with Arthur Gold in which we screamed at each other about the injustice, my word, of Israel to us, as Palestinians, he taking a viewpoint totally opposed to mine, but that was an isolated event which was totally disconnected from anything else I was doing at Princeton at the time. Over the years our views, however, became more reconciled. McCarthy was treated at Princeton as a bagatelle, and no Princeton professor was known to us as having been persecuted for his communist views. In fact, there was no left presence of any sort at Princeton. Marx was barely read or assigned, and for most of us Gordon Craig's big final lecture on Hitler, complete with blood-curdling imitation, in history I was the closest we came to contemporary history. A very strange incident took place in Dodge Hall, which housed studios, a tailor shop, run by the freshman tennis coach, a cafeteria, a small theater, and several offices for students of various religions, the Catholics, the Jews, etc. I was on my way to the cafeteria and suddenly came face to face with the rabbi of the Hillel Foundation. He was walking down the stairs from his office, and our eyes met. "You're from Egypt," he said to me with a slight edge to his voice. I admitted to that bit of intelligence, taken aback that he not only knew me but knew where I lived. "What do you plan to do when you finish here?" he asked peremptorily. I said something vague about graduate or even medical school. For at least half of my Princeton career I had been a pre-med, though I was a humanities major, but was impatiently stopped short by him. "No, no. I mean after you finish all your education." Then, without waiting for an answer, he preached on. "You should go back. Your people need you. They need doctors, engineers, teachers. There is so much misery and ignorance and illness among the Arabs that people like you are a crucial asset." Then he marched out of Dodge without waiting for my response. This happened before the Suez invasion, when I volunteered to write a column about the war from the Arab point of view for the university newspaper. The article was published without provoking the kind of response that it might have had if it had appeared after 1967. It was my first piece of political writing, but so quiescent were political passions and so muted were Zionist opinions. This was, after all, when Eisenhower in effect compelled Israel to withdraw from Sinai, that I was able to publish it quite easily. Even so, I was aware of Cold War tensions and of problematic patterns in the Arab world by virtue of time spent with the Maliks in Washington. While at Princeton I first approached the political currents and issues not only of the period but which in one way or another were to influence my outlook intellectually and politically for the rest of my life. It was then that I heard from Malik about ideology, communism, and the great battle between East and West. He was already close to John Foster Dulles and was beginning to make a mark on American life of the time. Universities showered him with honorary degrees, he gave lectures, and was much in demand socially. He had an amused contempt for Princeton and me, but he was willing to talk to me at quite some length. Conversation, except for an occasional question from me, wasn't really possible. Later I understood that Nasser's approach to the Soviet Union coupled with his Islamic faith were the real problem for Malik. Hidden beneath the discourse of statistics and demographic trends were communism and Islam. Yet I was unable finally to sustain any kind of counterargument. Malik's manner kept reminding me that I was only a sophomore, whereas he lived in the real world, dealt with great people, was so much more elevated in vision, etc. Malik's attitude really troubled me in its mixture of politics with family, his and my sense of community and genuine relationship coming up against alien forces that he felt, and, I realized, most of my Lebanese relatives also felt, threatened us. I couldn't feel that, somehow, couldn't feel either that social change and the majority culture had to be opposed as a way of preserving our status as Christians, or that we had a separate status at all. It was in those Washington discussions that the inherent irreconcilability between intellectual belief and passionate loyalty to tribe, sect, and country first opened up in me, and have remained open. I have never felt the need to close the gap but have kept them apart as opposites, and have always felt the priority of intellectual, rather than national or tribal, consciousness, no matter how solitary that made one. But such an idea during my undergraduate years was difficult for me to formulate, although I certainly began to feel it keenly. I had neither the vocabulary nor the conceptual tools, and I was too often overcome by emotions and desires basically unsatisfied in the Princeton social wilderness to make those distinctions clear that would later become so central to my life and work. What remained from the relentless daily pressure of my Cairo years was an equally intense feeling of drivenness at Princeton. A lot of my unfulfilled emotional energy went into intense activity. I kept up with sports by playing tennis and, through my sophomore year, being on the swimming team. Choir and glee club, where I was both singer and accompanist, took up time, and piano playing. I had won a generous prize given by the Friends of Music at Princeton to study with an eminent New York, usually Juilliard, teacher. Following the sudden death of Eric Eiderkon, my first teacher, there was the redoubtable and abrasive Edward Steuerman, the amiable Beveridge Webster, the awkward Frank Sheridan, none of whom in their unimaginative conformity proved as useful a teacher as Louise Strunsky, a local Princeton woman of great insight and musicality with whom I studied for some months. During the last part of my time at Princeton, the sense of myself as unaccomplished, floundering, split in different parts, Arab, musician, young intellectual, solitary eccentric, dutiful student, political misfit, was dramatically revealed to me by a college classmate of my oldest sister, Rosie, whom I happened to meet in Philadelphia when she asked herself along to join the two of us for a performance of Death of a Salesman with Mickey Shaughnessy as Willie Loman. Both of them were Bryn Mawr sophomores, my sister barely getting over her crippling homesickness but not her dislike of the place, her friend a blue-blooded social registered campus leader whose devastating personableness and charm overcame, indeed obliterated, any reservations one might have had about her unusual but modest good looks. She was very tall, but carried herself with astonishing grace. She cried liberally during the performance, borrowing and promising later to return. This pleased me, my handkerchief. There was something wrong with her front teeth which she tried to hide when we spoke face to face. The next time I saw her a couple of weeks later she had had them fixed. And then I realized that I had been gripped by her with such intensity and passion that I felt I wanted to be with her constantly, a desire that fed itself just as constantly on the fact that I could not be. Princeton's regulations, the distance to Bryn Mawr, complicated academic schedules abridged the frequency of our encounters. But this was also the time of my involvement with Eva, which developed and took place only during summers in Dower Elshweir. Thus for my final year at Princeton I would chase after with results only once every 6 weeks or so, and then most frustratingly my Bryn Mawr love, as in a sense a part of my American life, while Eva in the Middle East was integral to that life. Both relationships, counterpointed and plotted with fiendish regularity, were chaste, unconsummated, unfulfilled. As an older friend of hers told me 10 years later, this stunning American woman was a Diana figure, infinitely attractive to me and at the same time infinitely unattainable. After my relationship with Eva lapsed in the late 50s I continued fitfully with this enigmatic, strangely passionate, and yet increasingly elusive American woman. I made an unhappy marriage with someone else, and when after a short time it ended, I returned once again to my Bryn Mawr friend. We lived together, were genuine companions for almost 2 years after 12 or 13 years of intermittent relationship touched by, not to say drenched in, sexual desire constantly heightened and just as constantly and bizarrely dampened. She was neither an intellectual nor someone with very clearly outlined goals for her life. We were at Harvard together for the first year, 1958 to 59, she in education, I in literature. Once during that fall she confided in me about the difficulties of a relationship she was having with someone else. This hurt and puzzled me, but I managed to keep calm, and offer a friendly ear and counsel, but by the middle of the year we were seeing each other regularly again. She left for New York to work as a private school teacher for a while, then went to Africa to teach for 2 or 3 years. She was always interested in theater and film, but because her degree was in education she ended up teaching, though my impression was that despite her fantastic gifts for dealing with young people, this was expedient for her, rather than a vocation. It is difficult to describe the tremendous power of her attraction, the romance of her body, which was for a time just beyond sexual reach, the overwhelming pleasure of intimacy with her, the utter unpredictability of her wanting and rejecting me, the irreducible joy of seeing her after an absence. These were what tied me to her for so many years. At times, she represented that aspect of an ideal America that I could never gain admission to, but which held me enthralled at the gate. She had a moralistic don't say bad things side to her, which sometimes made me feel even more alien, and put me resentfully on my best behavior. There was also, and later centrally, her family, which was represented to me as blue-blooded and more or less impecunious because her dashing lawyer father quixotically took on gigantic opponents like the Defense Department for purely idealistic reasons, bankrupting himself in the process. But there was taste and breeding, elegance, and a sort of literary refinement about her family, whom I was not to meet for a considerable time, that sometimes induced in me an almost subservient attitude. Her closest attachment in life was to her eldest brother, a famous athlete and exact contemporary of mine, though he was at Harvard. I think I saw them together only twice, but in what she said about him over the years I sensed a more than usual combination of love, awe, respect, and, yes, passion that for years I dimly felt prevented us from the fulfillment I quite desperately wanted and which seemed impossible. In this, it now seems to me, I must have been complacent. It is difficult now to reconstruct the feelings of terrifying abandonment she induced when she was about to, as she so often did, leave me. I love you, she would say, but I am not in love with you, as she announced her decision never to see me again. This happened in the late spring of 1959, on the eve of my departure for Cairo and the long summer vacation. I was at Harvard Graduate School, and still dependent on my father's business, which by now was hemmed in by Nasser's socialist laws, nationalizations, and the illegality of foreign accounts, on which our business was built. Entering the city from the airport, I felt a direct sense of being threatened, an insecurity so profound that it could only come, I thought, from the sense of our being torn up by the roots, such roots as we had in Egypt. Where would our family go? A few days later, the city's eternal rhythms, the people, the river, my Gezira Club acquaintances, even the traffic, certainly the pyramids, which I could see from my bedroom window, had calmed my spirit. This was the East, I remember a friend of my parents saying, and things happen slowly. No abrupt changes. No surprises, although there were, ironically enough, new Arab socialist laws being promulgated daily. Contradictions and anxieties notwithstanding, I was lulled into the routine of going to my father's business every day, still, as ever, with very little actual work to do there. Then a postcard arrived from Chartres. It was from her, and 2 weeks later she asked if she could visit me in Cairo. It was bliss for me, but after a week the Diana impulse asserted itself. I must leave, she said, and would not be deterred. A few weeks later we were together again, and then we weren't, and so it continued. When she went to Africa some months later, she had to come rushing back almost immediately because her brother had been taken ill. 3 weeks later he was to die in her arms of leukemia, a disease for which there was no effective therapy 30 years ago. It was the worst blow of her life, and although she returned to Africa for 2 more years, I was not able to gauge accurately the profound extent and depth of her loss. Later we drifted apart, as I finished my graduate career, started work at Columbia, and married my first wife. When my marriage began to fall apart, I returned to her, but my feelings for her had changed. All the years of waiting for my Diana had suddenly come to an end. She had been so intimate a part of my life, so necessary to my starved and repressed hidden self, that life without her, I had felt, was unimaginable. She seemed to speak directly to that underground part of my identity I had long held for myself, not the Ed or Edward I had been assigned, but the other self I was always aware of but was unable easily or immediately to reach. She seemed to have access to that part of me when I was with her, and then suddenly, actually, over a period of a few restful weeks in Lebanon, my becalmed spirit recognized that she and I could no longer go on. Our time was over. And so we did not continue. I graduated from Princeton in June of 1957 with a pronounced case of German measles. My parents were there to watch the Phi Beta Kappa ceremony, and later to meet with some of my professors. Though I had done very well, my father persisted in asking my teachers whether in fact I had done my best, with a tone suggesting that I hadn't. My mother tried unsuccessfully to reassure me later how proud he was of my achievement, among them a fat fellowship to Harvard, which I deferred for a year. Most of the professors, as is their lamentable wont, mumbled something polite, whereas only Sithmary literally assaulted my nonplussed parents with a short diatribe on the philosophical nonsense contained in the logical, or rather illogical, form of the question, did he do his best? What a champion of critical thought he was, I thought glowingly, and how I wished I would be able to be one too. So torn was I by differing impulses that I finally decided with my parents that I should have a year off to return to and sample the Cairo life I would lead if there was always an if in my life. Then I decided to take over the business. But the year, 1957 to 58, turned out to end with a number of closed doors. No, I could not work in something my father owned and had created. It was his terrain, and the dependency I felt was hateful to me. Money and property were two things I knew instinctively I could not win from him in a contest. During my Princeton and even graduate years at Harvard, when he was still generously providing me with money, a disagreeable ordeal for me was the day of my return home. He would act agitated and uncomfortable around me until, to end his restlessness, he would say, "Edward, could we have our little talk?" For at least 10 years our talk took the same form, duplicated exactly year after year. He would pull a piece of paper out of his pocket and read a figure, a sum in dollars, from it. "This year I sent you $4,356. How much do you have left?" Since I knew that I would have to answer the question once I got home, and since also I never kept records of what I spent, I would employ several anxious hours during the long plane journey back to the Middle East trying to make a list of my expenses, among which were tuition, room rent, and board. This sum always fell very far short of the total, so when I faced him I was left with a terrible sense of culpability and guilt, and felt relatively speechless, or silly. "You say you spent $50 on haircuts. That still leaves $1,500 you haven't accounted for. Do you realize how hard I have to work to earn that money? How much do you have left in the bank?" he would then say, as if giving me an opportunity to redeem myself. Before leaving for the summer I had drawn out all but about $10. He remonstrated irritatingly. And again until I was in my mid-20s. I could never reconcile this with his extraordinary generosity, paying for expensive piano lessons in Boston, letting me buy a car in Italy for a long European summer tour in 1958, including weeks spent at Bayreuth, Salzburg, Lucerne, and on. I felt that only by asking my mother to intercede could I get him to say yes, since his rapid-fire answer to any request I made was invariably negative. Besides, I should confess that most of the time I was too timid, intimidated, embarrassed, to ask him myself. The fact is that he financed my education and my extracurricular undertakings, and still I couldn't talk to him about money, nor did he like me to have too much of it. It must also be said that my father clearly possessed an owner's sense, something I never acquired, nor in a subtle, silent way, I believe, was ever allowed to acquire. Until the fall of Palestine, he and his cousin Boulas's family, Boulas had died in 1939 or 1940, co-owned the businesses in Egypt and Palestine. During that time none of us, least of all my father, ever took anything from the showroom, not even a pencil, without signing for it. He was scrupulous about protecting their interests. Along with that scrupulosity went an unbridled anger at any sign of extravagance or heedless expenditure in us. For years and years, during which time his profits were based on enormous machine and furniture sales to the Egyptian government, the British Army, and large corporations like Shell and Mobil Oil he would fire at us, saying, "Do you realize how many pencils I have to sell before I can make the 50 piasters you squandered on cakes at the club?" I really believed this amazing fiction until I was about 21. I clearly remember challenging him with, "What pencils are you talking about? You don't sell pencils, you sell Monroe calculators and make thousands of pounds in one sale." That stopped him, although the sly smile on his face suggested to me that in spite of himself he enjoyed being bested that once. Because he literally made the business and came to be its exclusive owner, my father was, and in every sense acted the part of, the sole proprietor. As a result, nothing escaped his scrutiny, no detail was too small for him to know about, no corner of his office, showrooms, factories, workshops was exempt from critical examination. Business started at 8 a.m., ended for lunch at 1, reopened at 4, in summer, in winter at 3:30, and shut at 7:30, Saturday was half day, and Sunday the weekly holiday. My father always appeared at 9:30, never in the afternoon. On feast days he always had the American flag hoisted, a habit that infuriated a visiting American Orientalist whom I knew from Princeton, who lectured me. I don't think he was ever able to get past the various obstacles to actually see, much less meet, my father, on how inappropriate this was. "This is Egypt," he said tautologically. "Flying that flag is an insult to Egyptians." To his many Egyptian employees, however, my father seemed like a natural presence. He knew all his clients and in a pinch would appear and take over from a flagging salesman. But it was his powerfully impressive frame standing anywhere on the premises on Sharia Abdal Khalik Sarwat, or in his offices at Sharia Sharif, that communicated something I never ever possessed, a sense of deep, unchallengeable ownership. I was the outsider, the passing stranger. Of course, all the staff, even the most senior, referred to me as Mr. Edward, but I always found the title both ludicrous and embarrassing. I could not refer to the SSCO with proprietary adjectives like us and our, and I was never given any specific thing to do there. I felt that my father wanted me to work with him as his son, but it is extraordinary that during that entire year I would drive my car alone to the place at 8, spend the whole day in the shop and office, be there alone in the afternoon, and do all this without any specific assignment to fill, no job to get done, no department or service to be responsible for. I'd ask him for something to do on a regular basis and he would always say, "It's enough for me that you're there." Even my mother would once in a while remonstrate with this extraordinarily vague, even in a sense dismissive, idea of a mission. After all, I did already have a Princeton BA and was a member of Phi Beta Kappa, but to no avail. "It's enough for me that you're there." By Christmas I started coming into work in the morning later and later. I would spend my afternoons alone in his office while he was playing bridge at the club. I would either read. I remember I spent a week reading all through Auden, another leafing through the Pleiad edition of Alon, still another puzzling through Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, yet another reading Freud, or I would write poetry, some of which I published in Beirut, music criticism, or letters to various friends. By late January I started to stay home to practice the piano. My father, however, remained serenely unperturbed. I was far too uncertain to challenge him, and for reasons I still have not fully come to terms with, I didn't feel like the oldest, indeed the only, son, actually entitled to property from him. SSCO was never mine. He paid me what was then the considerable monthly salary of 200 Egyptian pounds during that year and insisted that on the last day of each month I should stand in line with the other employees, sign the book, for tax purposes I was called Edward Waddy, and get my salary in cash. Invariably when I came home he would very courteously ask me for the money back, saying that it was a matter of cash flow, and that I could have whatever money I needed. "Just ask," he said. And of course I dutifully did, ever in bondage to him. It was his money, after all, his business, his work. Those facts made such an impression on me that I could only feel like a useless appendage to him, the son, as I imagined his employees to be calling me. What came in and out of the business had nothing to do with me at all, I just happened to be there when I was, but the commerce continued as it had all along, without me. I was useful to him on occasion, most notably in the summer of 1960 when Nasser's Arab socialism meant that foreign hard currency transactions and the imports that they were intended for were forbidden, and my father had to resort to complicated triple or quadruple barter export agreements, involving, say, Egyptian peanuts sold to Romania, which in turn bought locomotives from France, which in turn allowed the additional export of franking machines to my father in Egypt. I tried to follow these arrangements, but could not. My father could do all the figuring in his head, plus conversion rates, commissions, fluctuating dollar prices, while his favorite middleman, Albert Daniel, would sit across from him with a pocket calculator. They would make the deal, and I would just watch, wondering how legal all this was, since it was clearly designed to circumvent the inconvenience and obstacles placed in the way of importers like my father. He had already made the switch to locally produced steel office furniture, for instance, but still needed to get hold of the raw material from abroad. For this, even more complicated machinations were necessary, but he was up to the task, and the materials were soon to be had. I recall that he seemed to revel in the complexity of what he was doing, but his evident pleasure induced despondency and a considerable sense of inadequacy in me. I never had anything useful to add, since my father and Daniel were much too fast, too certain and deft in what they traded back and forth. Yet, one weekday afternoon my father made a rare call from the club. I was sitting in his office, reading a magazine, I think. "You're going to get some papers, a contract delivered to you this afternoon. I want you to sign them and send them back to Daniel with the messenger." He explained that he had made me the principal because, he said, after all, you're an executive too. It didn't seem like anything of great interest to me. Here was I just being there for him, only occasionally performing what appeared to be a useful task or two. The contracts he had told me about were duly signed an hour later. I recall clearly not giving the transaction any further thought. Yet for the next 15 years I was unable to return to Egypt because that particular contract, and I as its unsuspecting signatory, were ruled to be in contravention of the exchange control law. My father told me that police officers came to his offices looking for me, one of them once threatening to have me brought back in handcuffs from abroad. But there, too, I did not for a very long time feel that my father was to blame for this surprising lapse by which he put his son up to do something basically illegal. I always assumed that the Egyptian police were to blame, and that it was their zeal, not my father's ostensible indifference to my fate, that had led to my being banned for 15 years from the one city in the world in which I felt more or less at home. Thus, our Cairo world started to close menacingly in on us, actually to come apart, as the Nasserite assault not only on the privileged classes but also on left dissidents like Farid had opened up in earnest. I realized by my second year of graduate school, 1959-60, after Farid's death and George Faham's trial for business corruption, that our days as alien residents in Egypt were finally drawing to a close. A palpable air of anxiety and depression pervaded my family's circle of friends, most of whom were making plans to leave, which most of them did, for Lebanon or Europe. My 5 years, 1958-63, as a Harvard graduate student in literature were an intellectual continuation of Princeton so far as formal instruction was concerned. Conventional history and Awan formalism ruled the literary faculty, so in fulfilling my degree requirements there was no possibility of doing much beyond marching from period to period until the 20th century. I recall hours, days, weeks, of voracious reading with no significant extension of that reading in what professors lectured on or what they expected from a largely passive student clientele. There was scarcely a ripple on the surface of student placidity, perhaps because, with no sense of intellectual example to animate our exertions, all of us were out of place, or uncomfortable in the institution. My own intellectual discoveries were made outside what the regimen required, alongside those of gifted originals who were also at Harvard, like Arthur Gold, Michael Fried, and Tom Carnicelli. The most momentous events for me, as the Middle East drifted further and further from my consciousness. After all, I did no reading in Arabic then, nor did I know any Arabs, except Ralph Nader, who was, unlike me, an American-born law student at Harvard, who helped me resist and finally evade the Selective Service draft at the time of the Berlin crisis in 1961, were such things as Vico's New Science, Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, Sartre, Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, all of whom shaped my dissertation on Conrad, written under the benign supervision of Monroe Engel and Harry Levin. Twice I tried to study under the aging I.A. Richards, the most avant-garde figure then at Harvard, and twice he defected from his courses just after the midpoint, when his secretary would enter and say that the course had been unilaterally dissolved. He was a comic miniaturization of the once adventurous thinker, vague, vain, rambling, and as I read it, his major work struck me as thin and unaccomplished, as unprovocative as Blackmore's was stimulating and, despite its gnarled syntax, suggestive. There was occasional excitement from visitors, very few in those days, but I was stirred by Kenneth Burke's lectures on logology, as he called it. The most important musical influence on my life, even while I was at Harvard, was Ignace Tigerman, a minuscule, 4'10", Polish pianist, conservatory director and teacher resident in Cairo since the mid-1930s. Very few musicians to my knowledge have had his gifts as pianist, teacher, and musician. A student of Leczetitsky and Ignaz Friedman, he came to Egypt on a cruise, loved it, and simply stayed, perfectly aware what the advent of Nazism would mean to Jews like him in Poland. He was endemically lazy, and when I knew him he had already stopped practicing and giving concerts. But he had the whole of the piano literature from mid-Beethoven to early Prokofiev in his head and fingers, and could play pieces like Gaspard de la Nuit or the Chopin Etudes in thirds and sixths fabulously well and with the utmost polish. As for late Brahms pieces, or Chopin nocturnes, mazurkas, and above all the Fourth Ballade and the Impromptus and Polonaise Fantaisie, no one I have ever heard played them as Tigerman did, with such perfection of tone and phrase, unfailingly right tempo, anagogies, and all. He encouraged me more than I can adequately say, less by what he said directly to me than by what he did on the second piano, and by showing what in my playing, which he could mime perfectly, might be modified. Above all, he was a musical companion, not a hectoring or admonishing authority, for whom music was literally a part of life, in the sense that during our long conversations on hot Sunday evenings in Cairo, or later in his little summer dacha in Kitzbühel, we would drift naturally, meander, between periods of talk and periods at the piano. When it came to music, my interest in a professional career diminished as I found myself intellectually unsatisfied by the physical requirement of daily practice and very occasional performance. And, it must be said, I realized that my gifts, such as they were, could never be adequate to the kind of professional trajectory I imagined for myself. Paradoxically, it was Tigerman's example, living and acting inside me, that finally discouraged me from making of the piano anything more than sensuous pleasure, indulged in at a decent level of competence for the rest of my life. I felt that there was a shadow line of raw ability I could not cross, separating the good amateur from the truly gifted executant, someone like Tigerman or Glenn Gould, whose Boston recitals I attended between 1959 and 1962 with rapt admiration, for whom the ability to transpose or read at sight, a perfect memory, and the total coordination of hand and ear were effortless, whereas for me all that was truly difficult, requiring much effort and in the end only a precarious, uncertain achievement. Yet with my flamboyant friend, Afif, Alvarez, Bilos, a former Jerusalemite about 15 years older than I, who was studying for a degree in linguistics and who was, for those days, an unusually colorful and almost parodistically mannered gay, I gave concerts, he with his good baritone, I on the piano. He was one of the rare contemporaries from my Harvard days whom I continued to see in Beirut, where he taught until his appallingly lurid death by stabbing in the spring of 1982. It was a ghastly sign and premonition of the Israeli invasion 3 months later, and of the Lebanese civil war raging furiously all around where Afif lived in Ras Beirut. In Cambridge, Afif and I used to practice where I lived, in the house at the end of Francis Avenue of my gentle landlady Thais Carter, whose daughter had been a Bryn Mawr classmate of Rosie's. Thais was a divorced, middle-aged woman who lived alone, except during the summer months, when her Florida-based father, Mr. Atwood, would come up to stay with her. She rented out 2 rooms on the top floor, one of which I lived in for 3 years, and where, thanks to her understated wit, hospitality, and capacity for friendship, I was genuinely contented. Roughly my mother's age, Thais was patient where my mother was impetuous, methodical where my mother delighted in surprising and upsetting any method, quietly worldly where my mother was a unique combination of naivete and busy sophistication. She and my mother became good friends, although a more contrasting pair of opposites could not be imagined. Thais easily tolerated and had an amused affection for Afif's flamboyant homosexuality, whereas Afif made my mother uncomfortable. I remember in 1959 telling her that Afif was homosexual and, to my astonishment, discovering that she had no idea what that meant, except that, like all mentions of sexuality, it made her shudder with apparent revulsion. I still regarded her as my point of reference, mostly in ways that I neither fully apprehended nor concretely understood. In the summer of 1958, while driving in Switzerland, I had a horrendously bloody, head-on collision with a motorcyclist. He was killed and I was badly hurt. I can still recall with a jolt that awesomely loud and terrifyingly all-encompassing sound of the actual collision, which knocked me unconscious, and the very moment I awakened on the grass with a priest bending over me trying to administer the last rites. A moment later, after pushing away the intrusive cleric, with infallible instinct I knew I had to call my mother, who at that very moment was in Lebanon with the rest of my family. She was the first person to whom I needed to tell my story, which I did the moment the ambulance delivered me to the Fribourg hospital. That feeling I had of both beginning and ending with my mother, of her sustaining presence and, I imagined, infinite capacity for cherishing me, softly, imperceptibly, underwrote my life for years and years. At a time when I was myself going through radical change, intellectual, emotional, political, I felt that my mother's idealized person, her voice, her enveloping maternal care and attention, were what I truly could depend on. When I divorced my first wife, the terrible confusion I felt was, I believed, best sorted out by my mother, despite her extraordinary ambivalence, which I either overlooked or overrode. If things are so bad between you, then, yes, by all means you should divorce. This was followed immediately by, on the other hand, for us Christians marriage is permanent, a sacrament, holy. Our church will never recognize divorce. These were statements that often paralyzed me completely. Yet I managed for years to get past her irresolution, and reach the sustenance she gave me, especially after I lost Cairo, behind which I began to realize more and more was the continuing loss of Palestine in our lives and those of other relatives. And 1967 brought more dislocations, whereas for me it seemed to embody the dislocation that subsumed all the other losses, the disappeared worlds of my youth and upbringing, the unpolitical years of my education, the assumption of disengaged teaching and scholarship at Columbia, and so on. I was no longer the same person after 1967, the shock of that war drove me back to where it had all started, the struggle over Palestine. I subsequently entered the newly transformed Middle Eastern landscape as a part of the Palestinian movement that emerged in Amman and then in Beirut in the late 60s through the 70s. This was an experience that drew on the agitated, largely hidden side of my prior life, the anti-authoritarianism, the need to break through an imposed and enforced silence, above all the need to draw back to a sort of original state of what was irreconcilable, thereby shattering and dispelling an unjust establishment order. Some of my mother's frenetic restlessness was a reaction to my father's loss, and to the many bewildering changes around her as the PLO grew in size and importance in Beirut along with the Lebanese Civil War. She lived through the Israeli invasion of 1982, for instance, with admirable good humor and fortitude, taking care of a house in which my youngest sister, Grace, lived, plus 2 homeless friends, Ibrahim Abu Lugad and Sohail Miri, whose apartment had been gutted by an Israeli rocket early in the war. It was an amazing display of bravery under fire. Yet when I tried to talk to her about politics, my dissenting politics in particular, or the complex political realities that caused the daily problems of her life since her marriage, she would upbraid me, go back to being a literary man, politics in the Arab world destroy honest and good people like you, and so on. It took years after the end of my formal education for me to realize how much she had, whether by design or instinct I shall never know, insinuated herself not just into our affairs as 4 sisters and a brother, but also between us. My sisters and I still live with the consequences of her redoubtable skills, all of them resulting in prickly barriers between us, fed, to be sure, by other sources as well, but first erected by her. Some of those barriers are immovable, which I regret. Perhaps they exist in all families. But I also realize now that our odd family cocoon back then was no model for future lives, nor was the world we lived in. I think my father must have sensed that, when at inordinate expense he did the totally unheard of thing and sent 4 of us to the United States, my sisters for college only, for our education. The more I think about it, the more I believe he thought the only hope for me as a man was in fact to be cut off from my family. My search for freedom, for the self beneath or obscured by Edward, could only have begun because of that rupture, so I have come to think of it as fortunate, despite the loneliness and unhappiness I experienced for so long. Now it does not seem important or even desirable to be right and in place, right at home, for instance. Better to wander out of place, not to own a house, and not ever to feel too much at home anywhere, especially in a city like New York, where I shall be until I die. During the last few months of my mother's life, she would tell me plaintively and frequently about the misery of trying to fall asleep. She was in Washington, I in New York. We would speak constantly, see each other about once a month. Her cancer was spreading, I knew. She refused to have chemotherapy. Ma bidiat thab, she would say, I don't want the torture of it. Years later I was to have 4 wasting years of it with no success, but she never buckled, never gave in even to her doctor's importunings, never had chemotherapy. But she could not sleep at night. Sedatives, sleeping pills, soothing drinks, the counsel of friends and relatives, reading, praying, none, she said, did any good. Help me to sleep, Edward, she once said to me with a piteous trembling in her voice that I can still hear as I write. But then the disease spread into her brain, and for the last 6 weeks she slept all the time. Waiting by her bed for her to awaken, with my sister Grace, was for me the most anguished and paradoxical of my experiences with her. Now I have divined that my own inability to sleep may be her last legacy to me, a counter to her struggle for sleep. For me sleep is something to be gotten over as quickly as possible. I can only go to bed very late, but I am up literally at dawn. Like her I don't possess the secret of long sleep, though unlike her I have reached the point where I do not want it. For me, sleep is death, as is any diminishment in awareness. During my last treatment a 12-week ordeal I was most upset by the drugs I was given to ward off fever and shaking chills, and manifestly upset by the induced somnolence, the sense of being infantilized, the helplessness that many years ago I had conceded as that of a child to my mother and, differently, to my father. I fought the medical soporifics bitterly, as if my identity depended on that resistance even to my doctor's advice. Sleeplessness for me is a cherished state to be desired at almost any cost. There is nothing for me as invigorating as immediately shedding the shadowy half-consciousness of a night's loss, than the early morning, reacquainting myself with or resuming what I might have lost completely a few hours earlier. I occasionally experience myself as a cluster of flowing currents. I prefer this to the idea of a solid self, the identity to which so many attach so much significance. These currents, like the themes of one's life, flow along during the waking hours, and at their best, they require no reconciling, no harmonizing. They are off and may be out of place, but at least they are always in motion, in time, in place, in the form of all kinds of strange combinations moving about, not necessarily forward, sometimes against each other, contrapuntally yet without one central theme. A form of freedom, I'd like to think, even if I am far from being totally convinced that it is. That skepticism too is one of the themes I particularly want to hold on to. With so many dissonances in my life, I have learned actually to prefer being not quite right and out of place.